graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. If you are new to the channel, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. We cover the Phillies, we cover the Eagles, and we cover the Sixers on this channel as well. The Phillies, they took 2 out of 3 against Washington, and now they are playing another big series against the New York Mets, and they are hoping to try to increase their lead in the NL East standings. The message is plain and simple. You go to New York, you punch them in the mouth, and you make them look foolish, and you pretty much put the division out of hand. That's what you got to do. I really, really want to sweep here. I know that everybody wants a sweep, but I'm almost demanding it right now, especially against this Mets team. All right, Trey Turner will lead it off for the Philadelphia Phillies. It'll be Turner, Schwarber, Harper, JT, Bohm, Marsh, Kepler, Bader, and Stott in the lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. Turner is at short. Schwarber's DHing. Bryce Harper's at first. JT is catching. And then it's Al Bohm over at third. Brandon Marsh out in left field. Max Kepler in right. Harrison Bader in center. And Bryson Stott over at second base. Kodai Senga will take the mound for the New York Mets. Got to watch out for his forkball. That thing, when it's on, it's good. But that's mainly going to be the pitch that the Phillies are going to have to try to hit against him. Batter's only hitting 127 against the forkball this year. So if they could just try to find a way to make him work and, hopefully the Phillies can try to come up with a way to solve him tonight is essentially what I'm trying to say. Welcome back, JJ. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm just getting back into the swing of things. Not off to the best start, but that's okay. Hopefully it'll get better as we go on. Let's put the scoreboard up. That'd be kind of nice. There it is. I thought I had it up before. I guess not. It's not working. And now it should be. Okay. All right. Good. Now I have a spinning wheel. Okay. All right. So again, it's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, JT, Bohm, Lugo. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Sanchez shuts them down with a no-hitter tonight.
Let's go! Lugo, thank you so much, man. So yeah, it's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm, Marsh, Kepler, Bader, and Stott. Lindor will lead it off for the Mets. Then it'll be Soto, Marte, Alonso, Vientos, Nimmo, Taylor, McNeil, and Torrance. No Cedric Mullins tonight. All right, first pitch to Trey Turner as we start off the top of the first is up high for ball 1. That was a fastball at 95 miles per hour. Okay, so here's the box score. We're good. We're locked in. We're ready to go. Guys, we are 52 subscribers away from getting to 7,000. We got another super chat. What's up, Brian?
Let's go, JJ.
Let's go. Let's go, man. Thank you so much. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's to Trey Turner. And here's the 1-1. Swinging a foul ball. Went with a cutter there. No forkball. So 2 fastballs in a row, and then he goes with his cut fastball. Turner, by the way, over his last 10 games, 23 hits and 47 at-bats. That's good enough for a 489 average and a 702 slugging percentage. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Senga kicks, deals, and the fastball is fouled away. It was right down the middle. Looks like Turner was a little bit late on that. One ball, 2 strikes. Senga kicks, deals. There's a forkball that's going to be in the dirt for ball 2. Senga this year, 99 strikeouts, a 7-5 record as well, and a 2.58 ERA. His last go-around was against the Washington Nationals on Wednesday, and he lasted 5 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, and 2 walks. The 2-2 doesn't get the call there on the sweeper. That was low for ball 3. Mendoza's a little bit confused. It was just a bit low. They tried to sell the call, but Scott Berry said no. Here's the payoff pitch to Turner, and he lines this one out to left center field, and that's going to go past the dive of Tyrone Taylor. It goes out towards dead center field. Turner should get 3 here, and he is going to be going over to third base standing up. A line drive out to left center field, and it just got past the dive of Tyrone Taylor. He definitely misread that ball, and there was no chance that he was even going to be able to trap that baseball. And Turner, well, he turned on a fastball. He knew it was coming. He was ready for it, and just got it right down the middle. Beautiful swing by him. That's one way to start off the ball game. And here comes Kyle Schwarber to the plate. Love that. Good for Trey Turner. Schwarber comes up, in the first pitch that he takes is a fork ball that misses downstairs. Trey was just 0 for 6 against Kodai Senga before that base hit. 1 ball, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber, and here's the pitch. Ground ball rolled over towards the right side. Turner will come home to score. The throw to first is in time by the second baseman, and the Phillies lead it 1-0. Another RBI for Kyle Schwarber on the season, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia. Let's go. Very, very nice. We'll take that. 1-0 Phillies. 9 pitches so far for Kodai Senga. And just to let you know, that is RBI number 110 for Kyle Schwarber. The pitch. And that is inside to Bryce Harper. It was a cutter. You make them pay, especially for defensive mistakes. That's what you love to see. Harper on a 7-game hitting streak for the Phillies, and he fouls off the 1-0 pitch. That ball goes out of play. Orange batting gloves for Bryce. 1-0 is the count. Senga kicks and fires. Throws a four-seamer down the middle again. And Harper was late, but he fouled it off. Trey's average now is at 300. That was his 89th run scored. Last year he had 88 runs scored in 505 at-bats. Next pitch is taken way up high. And Senga gets set at the belt and fires. And Harper pops up the pitch out over towards the third base side. Get out of play. It does. And that'll make the count now 2-2. The last time Turner got less than 100 runs scored in a season, besides COVID, it was 2019. He had 96 runs scored that year. If we're not regarding last year. Last year he had 88. Before that, it took him until 2019 to do that. The pitch. This ball's grounded over to first base, picked up by Alonso, and he'll tag the bag for out number 2. Phillies lead it 1-0. Turner got on with a triple out towards left center field. And he was able to score on an RBI ground out from Kyle Schwarber. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons too, folks. JT Realmuto will step up to the plate. He is also on a 7-game hitting streak and is 11 for his last 25. First pitch to JT. That sails outside and down for ball 1. That pitch was flat as soon as it was thrown. 1 ball, no strikes. Senga gets set at the belt. Kicks, deals, and throws the sinker in the dirt for ball 2. Scott Berry is the home plate umpire. Willie Traynor is also over at first. Stevie Buckner's at second. And Dan Iasagna is over at third. The 2-0 pitch. That's a foul ball. And going back to Trey's at-bat, I mean, this is what really makes the whole conversation of robo-umps interesting is, would that have been called? I think it still would have been called a ball because Pitch Track said that it was a little bit low. But that one pitch that Kodai and Torrens and Mendoza were upset on, would that have been called a strike? With a robo-ump, I don't know. 3 balls, 1 strike to JT. And here's the windup and the pitch. Fly ball, hit out over towards right center field. And sidestepping in center is Tyrone Taylor over towards his left side. Then he waits for it and will make the grab. And the inning is over. And the side is retired. But Trey Turner does get on with a triple, and he scores a run on an RBI ground out from Kyle Schwarber. And we go to the bottom of the first. 1-0 Philadelphia. All right. Okay. Sorry, we didn't have the music ready either. But that's okay. All right, Lindor will lead it off for the New York Mets, and then it'll be Juan Soto, Starlin Marte, Pete Alonso, and then after that you got Mark Vientos, Brandon Nimmo, Tyrone Taylor, Jeff McNeil, and Luis Torrens. Forgot to go over what the Mets defense was. We'll do that now. Alonso's over at first. We'll start off with the infield. You got Alonso at first. You got McNeil at second. Vientos over at third. Lindor at short. And in the outfield, it's Nimmo in left, Taylor in center, and Soto out in right. Catching behind the plate is Luis Torrens. On the mound is Kodai Senga. And DHing for them is Starlin Marte. Christopher Sanchez will take the hill tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies. Christopher Sanchez has been absolutely sensational all season long for Philadelphia. 5th in the majors in ERA, 11th in strikeouts, 15th in whip. He has an 11-4 record on the season, and he just looked very sharp in his last outing. He was a strikeout machine. He went 6 1/3. He struck out 12. And just continued to dominate with that changeup. That fastball was reaching 96, and it really just looked so sharp. And then the way that he was able to mix in the slider and the changeup, it was just so effective against the Seattle Mariners. And we're hoping that he can do this, that he can replicate that tonight. Lindor will be batting on the right side, of course. Lindor is a switch hitter. Batting .265 on the season so far. And he's 6 for 14 against Sanchez with an RBI and 2 walks. Sanchez kicks and deals. Throws the sinker that misses inside. That was at 94. Hi, chat. Hello, everybody. Again, I want to thank Brian and Lugo for the super chats. That was really, really nice. Thank you so much, guys. 1 ball, no strikes, and the 1-0 is right down the middle for strike 1. That was at 95 miles per hour. Keys for Sanchez tonight. Just try to utilize the changeup as much as possible. If that thing is working, spam the changeup. 1-1. And speaking of changeups, he throws one here, and the throw over to first by Turner is high. And so Lindor is safe. It was grounded over to short. It was a routine play for Trey. All he had to do was just wait for it to come into his glove. And then as soon as he fired it over to first, the throw was just a little bit high. Harper couldn't keep his foot on the bag. Had to jump for it. So that is going to go down as an E6. And that's how we start off the bottom of the first. We always talk about how nice of a luxury how luxurious it is when a pitcher has very good defense behind him. Sanchez, of course, is going to need that tonight. Juan Soto comes up, 32 long balls for him on the season, and 77 RBI, as well as a 250 average. And the year's the 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss on a 95-mile-per-hour sinker at the knees. Welcome back, JJ. Hope you enjoyed vacation. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be back, for sure. Soto is going to get a... He's going to get a new piece of a... whatchamacallit to get some rust off the bat. Guess he didn't get a good grip on it. So he wanted to sort of chalk it up a little bit. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1, there's a slider that sails outside, but it swung on and missed, and it fooled Juan Soto. Timing was off there. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button as well, and turn on the notification bell icons too. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets the signs, kicks, deals, and throws a fastball that's in the dirt for ball 2. What's up, James? Scooter and Beans. Let's go. Nice. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez fires the pitch. And it's grounded over to second base. The sidearm throw, the shortstop. There's one. The throw to first. And Soto beats out the throw of Trey Turner's. Did a good job there of shifting Soto the pole. Obviously, he was going to go towards that right side. And Stott had to play that area. As soon as it was hit on a bounce to Bryson Stott, he had to make a backwards throw from the side. And then Turner caught it and then threw it over to first. But it was not in time. 1 away, bottom of the first. And Starling Marte comes up, hitting .289 on the season. And he takes a changeup outside for ball 1. Marte is 4 for 13 against Christopher Sanchez, with a home run and 3 RBI. Marte's been hitting the ball very well over his last 4 games. He's on a 4-game hitting streak and has gotten 3 multi-hit games in his last 8 games. 1-0 is down for ball 2. During that span, 2 home runs and a total of 3 extra base hits. 2 balls, no strikes to Starling Marte. Sanchez kicks and deals. And it's popped up over towards the first base side. Harper will give it a look. And it goes in back of the Mets dugout. 2-1 is the count now. 7 of Sanchez's 12 strikeouts came off the changeup. 2 of them were on a slider. And 3 of them were on sinkers. 2 balls, 1 strike to Starling Marte. Soto is on at first on the fielder's choice. 2 balls, 1 strike. And Sanchez delivers from the stretch. And it's outside for ball 3. Phillies defense tonight. It'll be Harper over at first. It'll be Stott at second. Bohm at third. Turner at short. And then the outfield, you got Marsh in left, Kepler in right, and Bader in center. The 3-1, it's chopped foul and out of play. And the count is 3-2. F the Mets. What's up, Elaine? What's up, guys? Turner's on cycle watch. That's beautiful. I love that. 3-2, and a caught strike three on the inside corner at 95. That was a perfect sinker that was thrown by Christopher Sanchez. Love how that pitch was thrown. That thing just absolutely tailed towards that inside corner. It was right where JT wanted it, and Sanchez able to just throw a beauty for out number 2. Here comes Pete Alonso, and the pitch is grounded foul towards the third base side. So Lindor got on with an E6, then was out at second base thanks to a fielder's choice ground out from Juan Soto, and Marte just struck out looking on a payoff pitch. And now Alonso down in the count 0-1. Sanchez feels the wind on his back, gets ready to deliver, and here's the pitch. It's in there for strike 2. Another nice sinker thrown. No balls, 2 strikes to Pete Alonso, the polar bear batting .260 on the season. It's down in the count 0-2. Sanchez looking to put him away. Belt high, that's where his glove is. And he kicks, fires, and decides to go with a changeup that's outside. I was thinking maybe he was going to go fastball and try to locate it low, but interesting. So a slider, a sinker, and a changeup. What's he going to throw here? The 1-2 pitch. He goes back to the changeup, swing and a miss. And Pete Alonso can't catch up to it. That thing disappeared out of the zone. And we are going to the top of the second inning. 1-0 Phillies. Christopher Sanchez with back-to-back strikeouts to end the first. And we will be right back. We're going to go update the emotes and get the Sanchez emojis ready, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Alrighty, refresh your pages. The Sanchez emotes should be there right now. I gotta tell you, okay, and I will make sure that I catch up with everybody here on chat, but Christopher Sanchez is a dog, and I really feel confident with him out there on the mound every single night that this guy just goes out there. You just know what you're gonna get. You do. You're gonna get pure dominance. What's good? What's up, Lou? What's going on, Lugo? What's going on, Seema Fox? Seema Fox, I missed you too. I really did. I know that I haven't really talked to anybody in chat. I'm in the zone. Danny's here. James is here. PJ is here. Hello to David. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Vicky. Smash TV is here. What's up? Who else is on here? Jim, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. The ball is 1 strike to Alec Bohm. The first pitch was fouled away. It was a 4-seamer thrown by Kodai Senga. Phillies lead it 1-0 thanks to a leadoff triple from Trey Turner, and Kyle Schwarber able to reel him in on a ground out over to second base. The ball is 1 strike to Bohm, and the pitch line drive it out to center field, and it's going to be caught as Taylor didn't really even have to flinch. Came right to Papa, and there's out number 1. Tell you what, Bohm has been hitting the ball pretty well as he's been back, it seems. His average is now at 281. Just look at this, okay? JT's average right now is at 278. Kyle Schwarber's is at 248. Turner's batting over 300. And JT is hitting 278. Stott is batting 240. We remember when he was batting like down in the 210s. And Marsh is batting over 250, close to 260. I'd say that if we're talking about June, when this team was just dealing with such poor play, all those averages were lower. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. We'll catch you up on everything. And here's the windup and the pitch. That's a fastball that's low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Marshall to the curve on the second pitch. That was a ball. First pitch was a 4-seamer at 95. That was in there for a strike. Senga kicks, fires, decides to go with the cutter. And that misses outside for ball 3. 3 straight balls in a row thrown by Kodai Senga. Takes a quick breath, kicks, deals, and it's fouled off by Brandon Marsh. Thank you very much, Hardcore. Rising Rhino. What's going on, Rising Rhino? How are you, my friend? Guys, go subscribe to Rising Rhino for all your football needs. Regular season is coming in less than, 2 weeks now? That's insane. What are we, 10 days away? 3-2 pitch. It's outside for ball 4. And Marsh gets on with a 1-out walk here in the top of the second inning. And that'll bring up Max Kepler. Thank you, Scott. That's so nice. I'm really happy to be back here with you all. And it brings such a big smile on my face. Kepler comes up to the dish and looks at ball 1. That sinker was way outside. Senga just does not look like he's just attacking against these lefties. Marsh leads off at first, and here's the 1-0 pitch, swinging and a miss. I call that a sinker, and that was at 87 miles per hour. The thing about Senga is that when he's on, he's on. You know, he's the type of pitcher that won't overpower, but he throws you a different mix of stuff. 1-1. This ball is blooped out towards right center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Marsh is going to stop over at second base, and so the Phillies have 2 base runners with 1 out in the top of the second inning. Kepler got that thing off the end of the bat, and with the way that it looked, it was going to be a little bit towards the outside corner, and Kepler just stayed on it. Was able to fling it out to right center field. Wasn't looking to do too much. And just put the ball in play. And was able to get something good out of it. A bloop single puts him over at first. And Harrison Bader is the next man up for Philadelphia. Bader in the box. First pitch. Fastball fouled away. What's up, Rising Rhino? My man, what's up, Hamlet? How are you? That goes out to all of you guys. Let's get, after this pitch, well, I'll give you more of a moment of silence. Not a moment of silence, but I'll back out, as they say in broadcasting. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch is in the dirt for a ball. All right, I'm going to back out here. What's up, chat? There we go. J. Paul Love, thank you very much for the sub. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harrison Bader. So let's recap right now. Marsh is over at second, and Kepler's over at first. The 1-1 delivery is on the outside edge. That was a 4-seamer at 96 for strike 2. Marsh walked, and Kepler blooped out a single to right center field. Bader, of course, a former Met. Played with them last year in 143 games at 12 homers and 51 RBI. And the 1-2 is going to bounce in the dirt, and Torrens takes off the mask. As the pitch was outside, the ball stayed in front of him, and Marsh could not even go to third. Turner's Jekyll and Hyde. Please tell me I said that correctly. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Harrison Bader. Senga under pressure, kicks and deals, and the pitch is fouled off. Bader's doing a good job of just working up that pitch count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Senga looks over at third. Now back to the plate. Then the 2-2 is off the plate for ball 3. Decided to go slider there. Love how you recap, JJ. Thank you. Phillies lead at 1-0. Speaking of recap, Turner tripled, and then Schwarber drove him in on an RBI ground out. Here's the payoff pitch, and Bader goes looking at a called strike 3. That was a fastball. That was his pitch. It was right at the knees, and there is out number 2 in the top of the second. That surprised him for sure. That was not the pitch that he was looking for. Guess he was looking for something more off speed. And that is how Senga gets the first strikeout of the night. Here comes Stott. And Senga comes set and deals. And it's low. In Stott's last 5 games, he has 8 hits, including 2 long balls and 6 RBI. His average is now up to 248. The 1-0 offering. And that sinker is taken for a called strike on the upper tier of the zone. Senga's fastball averages at 95. His sinker and this cutter is at 89. The 1-1 pitch. There's the forkball. It's swung on and just barely fouled by Stott. That thing was heading right into the dirt. Stott this year batting .308 with runners in scoring position. Does have 5 home runs in that situation, 47 RBI. And 1 triple as well, and 6 doubles. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 away, top of the second. Phillies trying to get home some more runs here. 1-2 is the count, and the pitch to Stott. And he shoots this one out to right center field. On the run, though, is Soto, and he's there to make the catch. It had a lot of hanging time for Soto to get there. And the inning is over. So we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. Phillies leave 2 runners on base and nothing else to it. And we will go to the bottom of the second out at Citi Field. That's the inning where you really wanted them to try to get some runs there. I know that they were able to work up the pitch count. But especially in that Bader at-bat, I mean, I liked the whole approach. Just didn't like how at the very end of that at-bat there, he just looked at that fastball at the knees. That really just killed that whole thing there. But, yeah. What's up, Danny? What's up, guys? What's up, John? Aloha. Aloha to you, my friend. I'm still catching up on messages, so if you guys left me emails and I have not responded, I got back last night after midnight. It was fun. It was a good trip. I had a very good time. I got to catch up with my friends who were out there, and that was cool. And, yeah, I can't really say too much else. It was nice to be able to get out and be able to plan something and just have it come to fruition, you know, and do something by yourself. I liked it. Exploring is something that I wanted to, going out to that area. It's something that I wanted to do, and I made it happen. And that was nice. It was very cool. Would love to go back. Next time I go back, maybe I'll catch a Pittsburgh Pirates game or something. I wasn't really thinking about that till after I was in Pittsburgh last night. I was like, you know what? Maybe next time I come, I should go see the Pirates. Hit Pittsburgh on the way back. So, what's up, Mitch? How are you, my friend? So we are going to the bottom of the second inning. 1-0 Phillies. Mets are up at the plate. Vientos is in the box. Sanchez on the mound. He comes set and deals and throws a slider on the outside edge for strike one. Mets come into today 7 games in back of the Philadelphia Phillies. The ball is 1 strike, and here's the 0-1 swing and a miss. Sanchez went with a changeup and just decided to play with a pitch that was outside, and Vientos went hacking at it. Vientos' batting average sits at .238. Also has an on-base percentage of .285. 0-2 pitch. And that is topped over towards shortstop. Turner has it, throws it over to first, and it's in plenty of time for out number 1. First opportunity that Turner had, he threw the ball. It was on a ground ball that was hit over from Francisco Lindor. The throw was high. This time wasn't as high. Didn't make Harper jump, but it was thrown just a little bit above the head. Brandon Nimmo will be the next customer up to the plate for Christopher Sanchez, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. That was a slider that was low and away, and the count is 0-1. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. We're trying to get to 7,000 subscribers, so please make sure that you hit that subscribe button and help the channel out. 0-1 pitch. That misses outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sanchez comes set below the letters, winds up, and deals. And the ball is grounded on a hop over to first base. Harper has it, and he takes it to the bag. And there's out number 2. That was hit towards the first base line. Harper got it on 1 bounce and just ran over to the bag to get the easy out there. And the next man up will be Tyrone Taylor. It is 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Taylor hitting .206 on the season. Misplayed a fly ball out in left center field when Turner got that triple. The pitch is taken all the way for strike 1. The ball was lined out to left center. He tried to dive for it. He was nowhere near it. And then it just became a triple for Turner because he had to get up and run after that ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tyrone Taylor. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Sanchez gets the signs from JT, comes set, and fires. And there's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field. No worries for Harrison Bader as he's there to make the catch and track it down. Inning over, side retired. 1-2-3 go the Mets. And we're going to the third. Phillies up 1-0 out in Queens. Okay. Line out to center. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like less than 30 seconds. All right. We are going to the top of the third inning. The Phillies do lead it 1-0 out in New York. They're taking on the New York Mets. Mets currently lead the regular season series 4-2. The first pitch to Turner, in the air, hit out over towards left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone, I believe. They call it a foul ball. It's a foul ball. Should have waited an extra second. It's an 0-1 count. Just stayed foul towards that left field corner. Would like to see a replay, but they're not going to show one yet. Welcome back, JJ. Should have waited the extra second, right? No balls, 1 strike. The reason why I said that I thought it was gone was because he was over at second base. They showed him. It's no balls, 1 strike. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-1 to Turner. That's fouled back towards the screen. That was a cutter at 90 miles per hour right down the middle. There's Ron Darling. Over on the S&Y side of things. No balls, 2 strikes. The Trey, Turner. The 0-2. Foul ball. Hit back over towards the net. It was close. No balls, 2 strikes. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-2. And Turner holds his horses. They try to appeal. He did not go. Last time the Phillies were here, they lost all 3 games to the Mets. One ball, 2 strikes to Turner. And the 1-2 swing and a miss. Decided to go with the forkball. Senga, that is. That was in the dirt. That was a good pitch. There's out number 1. Senga was being really smart there. He saw that Turner was fishing after the previous pitch. He was like, you know what? I'm going to go with the same. I'm going to go into the same location. I'm going to go with my forkball there. And let's see if he catches up to that. Here comes Kyle Schwarber, and Schwarber takes inside for ball 1. Schwarber got his 110th RBI of the season, his last time up. And he takes the 1-0 inside for ball 2. Schwarber and Alonso in the top 3 this year with RBI. 110 for Schwarber as the 2-0 pitch is outside for ball 3. And 103 for Pete Alonso. 3 balls, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. Red lights all the way as the pitch is taken down for ball 4. And Kyle Schwarber gets on with a 1-out walk. That's the second walk allowed to a left-handed batter tonight by Kodai Senga. And Schwarber is over at first. We are locked in tonight, guys. We are very locked in tonight. I'm happy to be back here. I'm happy to see you all. But we really are locked in. I don't know if you can tell. Bryce Harper comes up, and Senga, his first pitch, is low. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. We need 46 more subscribers to help us get to 7,000. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and Senga deals. The pitch is on the upper tier of the strike zone. It's a 1-1 count. The Phillies seemed locked in too, JJ. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bryce Harper. Senga kicks, deals, and this ball's grounded towards the right side and through the hole for a base hit. And Soto gets over to it. He's going to throw it over to third. The throw is late. And Schwarber, did he keep his foot on the bag? I think he did. And Harper is over at second base. Schwarber, as soon as he slid over to third, his foot came up for a second, and I don't think that the Mets are going to challenge this, and Harper is now over at second base as he gets on with a double. That was grounded towards the right side, and it just got by. The little shift that they had, Jeff McNeil was just a little bit late on that dive there. Schwarber went over to third, and he got up for a second and was just able to stay on the bag. 2 runners in scoring position. We're in the top of the third inning, and there's 1 out for Philadelphia. Here comes JT Realmuto to the plate, and here's the windup and the pitch. And that's a fork ball right down the middle for strike 1, taken by JT. It is rally time, folks. Let's go. Whoa. What the heck was that? That's odd. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch is fouled back towards the screen. What the heck? That was weird. No balls, 2 strikes. George! You heard that too, right? That sounded odd to you. No balls, 2 strikes to Realmuto in the 0-2. He swings and misses at the forkball in the dirt. And there is out number 2. And that was junk written all over it. I don't even know what JT was looking for there. I thought you were locked in. Well, I guess my soundboard's not locked in. 2 outs, top of the third. Doesn't mean that I'm not locked in. Here's the pitch to Bohm. And Bohm gets a piece of it. The count is 0-1. Bohm hitting .281. Slashing .330 as well as .399. A .399 slugging percentage. 0-1 delivery. That is called a ball. And forkball seemed to hit the knees. One ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 offering is low for ball 2. Williams says, "Hey JJ, on the MLB Network earlier today, thinks when we make playoffs, we should not go back-to-back lefties, but split them up." 2 balls, 1 strike to Bohm, and the pitch. Line drive hit out to right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. 2 runs are easily going to score. Schwarber will score, and Bohm is now over at first. Harper scores 2. It's 3-0 Philadelphia. Let's go. Very, very nice. Good swing there. Yeah, this is not working. Very odd. Our soundboard is not working. Maybe I could replug it back in, play with it during the break. That's really odd. I tested everything out before, but nice swing by Bohm. 3-0 Phillies on a 2-run opposite field single by Alec. A good swing there. Marsh comes up and looks at strike 1 right at the knees. William, back to your point, though, I disagree. I really do. I disagree with that. No balls, 1 strike. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 0-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. I guess that their approach, or that the way that the reason why that they say something like that is because teams are going to find a way to pitch around them. I don't know. I'd like to hear their reasoning, but I disagree. 0-2 to Marsh. Line drive it out to right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That's going all the way towards the wall as well. Bohm's going to go on over to third base, and McNeil is there to cut it off. And Marsh goes over to second base with a stand-up double. To be honest, I think Bohm could have scored there. I'd like to see a full view of him running over to third, but it looks like when they cut on over to Bohm that he was at third in plenty of time, and would like to see where the ball is. I mean, they show him going on over to third base, but I think if he would have hustled home, I think he would have gotten in there. 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position. And Brandon Marsh is over at second base, and we have a timeout taken on the mound. 2 away. I could just pull up the sound effects from the computer. I could just do that. Let's try this. Here comes Max Kepler, and he looks at a sweeper that catches the outside edge for a called strike. I don't see that folder. Sort. No. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. It's carrying, but Taylor has enough room, and he'll make the catch. The inning is over. The Phillies do get themselves 2 runs, though, on a 2-run single by Bohm. We'll be right back in just a few moments. We're going to the bottom of the third. 3-0 Phillies. The ball is 1 strike to Jeff McNeil. As we start off the bottom of the third inning, Christopher Sanchez in cruise control so far. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that is taken low for ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That's low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. That's taken in there for strike 2. There we go. Okay. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the windup and the pitch on the outside corner for a called strike 3. And there is out number 1 here in the bottom of the third. Nice. Third strikeout of the day. That was a nice pitch thrown by Sanchez again. Just tailed the outside corner. JT, I thought actually could have done a better job framing that pitch, but still they got the out, and that's what matters. Sanchez in second amongst all National League pitchers in ERA. The only guy who's behind is, I don't know if you ever heard of him, but his name is Paul Skeens. He has a 2.07 ERA on the season. Matthew Boyd's at a 2.61. Andrew Abbott is at a 2.62. He's in front of both of them. 0-1 pitch, and it's tapped foul towards the third base side. John, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my friend. The ball's 2 strikes to Luis Torrens. A .212 batting average for Torrens on the season. 0-2 is the count. And the pitch. Ground ball hit over towards third base. Bohm has it, picks it up, throws it over to first. And there is out number 2. 2 gone, bottom of the third inning. What's up, Joe? Two gone, bottom of the third. Francisco Lindor comes up to the plate. Grounded over to short his last time up. And then Turner had an error on that ground ball. It was a bad throw. First pitch to Lindor is low. 25 long balls for him this year. 1 ball, no strikes. Sanchez kicks and fires and throws a strike that catches the inside corner. It was a slider. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. To any one of these teams, I know that it sounds cliche, but they would love to have Christopher Sanchez. 1-1 pitch. That's way outside for ball 2. I'm going to say it again. This is the Phillies' best trade that they have had in the last 15 years. Scratch that. We'll say the last 12. 2-1. Line drive, leaping catch made by Turner. And there is out number 3. And the inning is over. So Turner able to redeem himself. And we are going to the top of the 4th inning. 3-0 Philadelphia. They'll be back. But yeah. Name me a better trade over the last 12 years for the Philadelphia Phillies than the Christopher Sanchez deal. Over the last 12 years. All right, so ever since 2013, what trade has been the best beneficially to the Philadelphia Phillies? Anybody want to throw something out there? I'm with you. He's divine. He's just so good. Any team would take that guy to go out there and pitch you 7 innings. Any team. Strike out Lindor. They didn't do that, but they got him the line out. So we'll take that. Can anybody think of a better trade that has benefited the Phillies over the last 12 years than Christopher Sanchez? Sanchez was traded for Curtis Mead. Schwarber, that was not a trade. That was a signing. That was a free agent signing, so that doesn't count. If we're talking about free agent signings, I agree. Yes. I would say Kyle Schwarber. Nah, I would say Bryce Harper. I would still say Bryce Harper was the best signing. People might disagree with that. But I would still take the Bryce Harper signing That wasn't a trade, though, either. We're talking about just trades. Just trades for a guy. Harper was not traded. Schwarber was not traded. Turner was not traded. And maybe JT. Maybe JT. Where's Nick? Nick was also not traded. The pitch. There's a foul ball. I thought Sema Fox meant that he was divine, meaning that Sanchez was godly. But now I realize, no, there's an actual guy named Divine in the chat. The ball is 1 strike, and the pitch. Line drive played on a bounce by Lindor. He spins, he turns, he throws over to first. Oh, he almost got him out there. That thing kicked off the top of the hill, and Lindor stopped it from going into center field, and he spun, he turned around, he threw it off balance to first. Bader did beat out the throw. Probably should have mentioned that first. My apologies there. But it was still a bang-bang play. I'll tell you, I think we know somebody else that would not have beaten that out. He's not in the lineup today. A runner on over at first. And now Bryson Stott is due up next. I'll tell you, Bryson Stott has really done a better job in the 9-hole. He really has. Oh, Larry, I wasn't even thinking about Rojas. I was thinking about Castellanos. He would never have beaten that play out. We got a runner on over at first, an infield single from Harrison Bader. And the pitch is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. So, yeah, soundboard. The regular soundboard is not working. The Roadcaster's working. But for some reason, the Stream Deck is not. Toss bat to first, and Bader dives back in there safely. Hit that thumbs up button, people, and subscribe to the channel as well. 1 ball, no strikes to Bryson Stott, that is. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Now misses outside for ball 2. So Senga decides to go with a sinker that's outside. And he goes to the same spot, same pitch. Sinker again. If you're Stott, what you looking for here? Another sinker? 2 balls, no strikes. And the next pitch, that's a cutter that's down for ball 3. I was thinking he was going to go forkball. 6 3-ball counts tonight for Kodai Senga. That's a lot. 71 pitches already. And he doesn't even have 1 out recorded in the 4th. The pitch on the way, there's a fastball down the middle, and Stott just looks at it. Three balls, 1 strike. The pitch, here it comes, swing and a miss. That was a cutter on the inside corner. And Stott was way too early. Are we debating about Harrison Bader in the chat? That's how you know we're back. 3-2 pitch, low and inside for ball 4, and Stott gets on with a walk. Bader was going on the pitch. And so we got 2 runners on with nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. The way Bader runs reminds me of nails. And you don't mean nails on a chalkboard. Phillies lead at 3-0. Alec Bowman a 2-run single. That was after Kyle Schwarber had an RBI groundout. That was the RBI groundout came in the top of the 1st. Turner tripled. And that RBI groundout towards the second baseman, Jeff McNeil, allowed Turner the score. And then Bohm hit a 2-run single that was in the top of the third inning. So, chat, nobody answered my question except for one person. Name me a better trade that the Phillies have had over the last 12 years than them getting Christopher Sanchez. If you want to put the JT trade up there, that's fine. I just think that Christopher Sanchez has been the best trade that the Phillies have had. Like, it was a low risk, high reward. The pitch. There's a foul ball. I really believe that Christopher Sanchez trade has given the Phillies so much value. No balls, 1 strike to Trey Turner. And here's the windup in the pitch. Swing and a miss on a forkball that was on the inside corner. Turner struck out on a forkball his last time up. He chased after it. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 on the way, and swinging a fly ball hit out over towards left field. He got under it, though. Nimmo doesn't have to move. He'll make the catch. Bader thought about tagging up, but no reason why he should go over to third. They fleeced the Rays. They did. The JT trade. The JT trade was good. I can't argue that. If you trade for a good catcher, catcher is still the most valuable position. I agree. Everybody did not want us to get rid of Sixto Sanchez. First pitch to Schwarber, swing and a miss on a forkball that was in the dirt. Duran might prove that in the long run. I mean, Christopher Sanchez, that's a long run move too, am I right? Because I don't see him as a rental either. No balls, 1 strike. 1 out, top of the 4th, and the pitch, swing and a miss. Should have bunted. Why? Trey Turner has been like one of your best hitters, and you need a run. Why would you sacrifice an out for that? No balls, 2 strikes. 1 away, top of the 4th. Senga will get set at the belt. The 0-2 pitch, and that ball is fouled. I traded the band's Cadillac for a microphone. That was a good trade. No balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. 1 away. Bader at second. We got a runner on over at first, too. 0-2 to Kyle. Ground ball. Hit over to first base. Alonso has it. Throws it to second. Does he get the out there? He does. Stott is out. And that puts runners on at the corners. We got to resign JT. You know, I went back to chat 3 months ago. And 3 months ago, I don't think a lot of people were saying we need to re-sign JT. It's just so funny to me how times change. It's all about what have you done for me lately. That's really what it is. What have you done for me lately? Two gone, top of the 4th inning. And Bryce Harper comes up. Too much chasing. Yeah, well, tell you what, I give credit to Kodai because he's recognizing that. First pitch to Harper, swing and a miss. Now he goes with a curveball there that was at the knees. You're right, JJ. It's just funny. It's so funny. Have I ever been wrong? Just kidding. Just kidding. 0-1. That's in the dirt for a ball. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Turn on the bell icons too, folks. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harper. And the pitch. And he grounds it foul towards the first base side. One, two to Harper, swing and a miss. Fastball right down the middle. He was late, didn't anticipate it coming, and we are going to the bottom of the 4th inning. We're going to take another quick step off. We'll be back in just a few moments. 3-0 Philadelphia. Don't go anywhere. I fixed the problem. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Come on. At least I think I fixed it. Probably should have checked it one time during the break. But I think we fixed the problem. I do. Why is Harper so cold? Why are the Phillies only up by 3? Why does Christopher Sanchez not have a perfect game going? I don't know. I just wanted to try to be funny there. I don't know. Why did this game start 7:10 and not 6:05? Who knows? 1 ball, no strikes. Juan Soto comes up to the plate. Sanchez with 40 pitches. 1-0 pitch. There's a called strike. That was taken at the knees at 96. They have a close-up of Harper's cleats over at first base. They look cool. Is the blue socks to match the cleats. One. That misses low for ball 2. I'd like to see a close-up with them again. It was a mixture of royal blue. Maybe not royal blue, but it was a dark blue and black. 2-1 pitch. That is inside for ball 3. No changeups thrown so far to Soto. What's up, J. Paul? Thanks again for the sub earlier. 3-1 pitch. There's a ground ball past the dive of Stott into right field for a base hit. And Soto breaks the ice for the New York Mets as he yanks a single out to right field. And that's how we start off the bottom of the 4th inning. So Sanchez goes with a sinker. And that was right in the wheelhouse of Juan Soto. That time he didn't do too much with it. Just put the ball towards that right spot. He did get on top of it, but was able to just get enough of a swing on it for him to just get it through that hole. Have it find daylight. Here's the first pitch to Marte. And it's inside for a ball. Marte 0 for 1. He struck out in the first. Larry. What a pitch. Ground ball hit over to third base. The throw to second. There's one. The throw to first. There's two. It's a 5-4-3 double play around the horn. We go. And there is two down. See a replay of that pitch there. Went towards the inside corner and was able to just get enough of it for Marte to sort of move his hands inside, but it just still couldn't get the barrel of the bat on top of it. And a good pitch there for out number 2. Here comes Pete Alonso, and he takes a changeup out to left field for a base hit. Knew that the changeup was coming, got it right down the middle, and served it out to left for a 2-out single. Larry says, no, don't correct yourself. It was a masterpiece. Larry, I didn't even know if you had to say anything there because he sounded, I wasn't going to go too harsh, but I was going to say, he shot himself in the foot with that statement there. Here's a changeup that misses downstairs. That would have scored a run if it weren't for that double play. Yeah. I liked the pitch that he threw there, too. I thought that was a good pitch. 1 ball, no strikes, and Sanchez slips on the mound, and that causes Alonso to go over to second base. They call it a balk. Just lost his footing and now gets the rubber out there. And see, this is the one thing I don't like about the balk rule, is that as he was winding up, he got his foot was in the air. He shook it for a second and then just lost his balance. And Alonso goes over to second base because of that. JJ's feet are already bullet-ridden. 1-0 pitch, and that's a wild pitch as it was inside and in the dirt. And now Alonso goes over to third. And the count is 2-0 to Mark Vientos. 2 balls, no strikes. How did Alonso get to third, JJ? Well, after a single, Christopher Sanchez lost his balance, and it was called a balk. And then on the very next pitch, it was inside and low. It was a wild pitch. And that's what caused Alonso to go over to third. The next pitch makes it a 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to from Sanchez, and that ball's grounded past the glove of Bohm out to left field. Alonso will score. Vientos goes over to second base. Bohm was playing towards that third base line. He dove at it. It went off of his glove, just out into left field, and Vientos gets an RBI double out of it. It's 3-1. Not a bad pitch thrown by Sanchez there, but Bohm he actually missed it with his glove. I looked at the replay, and his timing was late. I don't know why he wouldn't be playing towards the third base line anyways there. But regardless, there's 2 outs. A runner on at second. And it's a 3-1 game. The pitch, line drive out to right field. There's a base hit there. Vientos rounding third. Kepler with the throw. It's cut off by Harper. And now it's a 3-2 ball game as Vientos dives in there safely head first. And the Mets crowd is back in it. It's a 3-2 game now. You still can't make mistakes against this Mets team because they do come back, and if the mistakes bite you in the butt, they can make you pay. That's what seems like is going on right now, even if it's with 2 outs. Vientos just had 1 goal in mind, come to home plate. And there was no chance that Kepler was going to be able to gun him out. An RBI single makes it a 1-run lead now for the Phillies. And Caleb Cotham will go out there to talk to Sanchez. And so will the infielders and JT too. Nimmo's pitch that he got was a sinker that was towards the inside corner at the knees. Two outs, bottom of the fourth, and the pitch. And it's a sinker that's off target. It's low. We need 43 more subscribers to help us get to 7,000. Let's try to get there by the end of tonight, if we can. 1 ball, no strikes to Tyrone Taylor. And the 1-0 misses inside and low for ball 2. Everything looks rushed. Starting to work up a little sweat. 2 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the fourth, 2 away, 54 pitches for Sanchez. The 2-0 misses just outside for ball 3, the Tyrone Taylor. Got to just lock back in there. Three-0 pitch. Goes with a sinker towards the middle of the plate. And it's taken all the way for strike 1. It's a 3-2 ball game in just the bottom of the fourth. 2 away. The 3-1 offering, and that's low for ball 4. And the tying run is now in scoring position for the New York Mets. Not a good inning by Christopher Sanchez. I think it's really started to become a little bit mental for him. Trying to get out of this would be huge. If you're Rob, though, do you get somebody warmed up in the pen, or is it still too early? JT is going over the signs with the infielders as he takes the mask off. Puts it on the top of his head. Now we're ready to pitch. Jeff McNeil will step into the box, draws his stance. Nimmo leads off at second. Sanchez looks over at second. And now back to the plate. And the pitch. Ground ball towards the left side and under the glove of Turner for a base hit. And we're going to have a tie ball game. It's a 3-3 game in the bottom of the fourth. And the Mets have done it with 2 outs. They've scored all 3 of their runs. McNeil goes over to second. And now they have 2 runners in scoring position. And this is not looking good for Sanchez. And that time he goes with a hanging changeup out over towards the right side. McNeil just got the barrel on it, and Turner just was not going to get there. And again, just a good piece of hitting by Jeff McNeil. Was able to find a little hole there, and Mets just continuing to attack as the Phillies leak oil. And now Torrance comes up, and he pops up the first pitch. And this should finally get out of the inning. And Kepler gets under it, makes the grab. The inning is finally over. But 3 runs scored on 5 hits to tie the game up 3-3 as Mets fans are standing. And we go to the top of the 5th. It's a brand new ball game out at Citi Field. And not to beat a dead horse too, but this is also what happens, guys, when you have opportunities, especially in that second inning, when you had a chance to try to get a couple runs and you're not able to capitalize. It's those little things that can come back and bite you. Not saying that the game is over, not saying that the Phillies are going to lose, but you got to be able to capitalize. All right, hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button as well. And turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. Chat's starting to get a little bit annoyed now Of course, that the AI says Chad is not happy with how this game is going. Thank you very much, AI. I could not tell. Hey, JJ, did you say about a no-hitter? I didn't say anything, Kevin. Poor defense and lack of focus. Yeah, it's really like what that inning was about was, I wouldn't say lack of focus. I would just say, I would say lack of focus, but more so just lack of confidence too is what really surprised me from Sanchez in that inning. I mean, he lost his footing with 2 outs, but even before that, he gave up that single to Soto. That was not a good pitch. That was a fastball that was towards the outside edge. You can't throw that there to him, especially at the knees, because he'll find a way to get the bat on the ball. And then just after that, the double play happened, and Alonso able to take a changeup out to left. That was a little mistake. I thought that was not such a good pitch there. And then he just slips on the mound. The wild pitch happens, and Sanchez unfolded. He unfolded. So, and Sanchez, you could even tell that he was animated about it because he kicked a piece of the bench when he went back to the dugout. 1 ball, no strikes. The JT Realmuto. Senga kicks, deals. The pitch is down low and outside for ball 2. 41 more subs till we get to 7K, baby. 2 balls, no strikes to JT. The 2-0 pitch. Fouled away. Edwards says no heart. We'll see if this team has heart. We'll see if they have heart. This is a test for them. No sense of urgency, though, from, I would say, in that inning. 2-1. And that is a pitch down the middle that's fouled away. Plus, I don't know about you guys, but this Mets bullpen has not looked good. So we got a lot of baseball left to go. We're allowed to feel annoyed, though. 40 more subs. Let's go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The JT Realmuto. The windup and the next pitch. That's a foul ball. You're going to the game, my friend. Ooh, have a good time. That's awesome. Who do they play? 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the next pitch is inside for ball 3. A 4-seamer there by Senga. Be on the lookout for that forkball. Watch out. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and the payoff pitch. That was a fastball that's popped up over towards the home plate side, and it will get out of play, thank goodness. About 4 rows behind home plate. Who do they play tomorrow? The Giants? Can't wait, thanks. The Cubs. Ooh. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 92 pitches for Senga. And the 3-2 is inside. And it actually hit JT. So regardless, he's going to go on over to first base. And JT gets on with a hit by pitch. And that's how we lead off the top of the 5th inning. That was a great at-bat there by JT. Worked up the pitch count. Didn't want to do too much at the plate. And things just unfolded for Senga there. And, well, Senga will come out of the game now, as that will be it for him. We have a new pitcher coming on in for the New York Mets, as this pitch and change is coming. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, guys, you still feeling good about this game? 1 not being good, 10 feeling great. How you feeling? How you feeling? 1 not being good, 10 being great. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you on the measuring stick? I'm still feeling fine. I'm going to go 7. I've been at a 7 throughout this whole entire game, and I'm still there. I'm still at a 7. I'm not at an 8. If I was at an 8, they would have to have a 5-run lead. If it was 9, it would have to be a 8-run lead, and 10 would have to be anything 10 plus. So, Hardcore's at a 5. Okay, that's fair. John says an 8. Mark says 5. Chris says 6. Seema Fox says 7. Edward says 6. Okay, I think that we're sort of in the same ballpark. I do. I don't think that we're far away. I don't know if anybody is at a 1. If you are, I don't know what team you've been watching this entire year. But yeah. All right, 39 more subs till we get to 7K. A new pitcher coming on in for the New York Mets. Can't believe that the Giants play the Cubs tomorrow. Jose Castillo will be the next man to pitch. And he will pitch to Alec Bohm. Castillo, 29 years old, from Venezuela, with a 5.3 ERA. The pitch. There's a called strike. It was at the knees. 0 balls, 1 strike to Alec Bohm. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 0-1 ground ball hit over to second base. This should be a double play. There's 1 as the throw over the second's in time, and the throw to first, that's in time too. 2 pitches and 2 outs in the top of the 5th. That was not a good pitch for him to swing at. I mean, he also just didn't get a good grip, and now he's complaining about something. He was complaining about something dusty, and he went back over towards the home plate umpire. I don't know what it was, but there's 2 away. I don't know what he's pointing at. The umpire is now pointing. Wait, what? A red light on a camera? He's pointing to the light. There was a light that was being shown out from center field, and it shined over on Bohm. There's a parabolic up there, and something might be reflecting on that thing. There's a mic out there. That's really weird. CB Buckner's looking at that thing. I don't understand what the heck is going on. That thing is really bright. I see what they're talking about now. That light that they have out there is really bright. Weird. Somebody just said Phillies are crying over a speaker. It's really weird. I don't know how they didn't notice that before, but yeah, there's a light that's out in right center field. And Bohm is, they're showing Bohm pointing from Nick Castellanos over there, and Stevie Buckner is going back over to Rob Thompson. It's really weird. Brandon says, this is so dumb. Of course the Phillies are crying over a light. Those minuscule dots on the edges of the left center and right center are not affecting you. God. Infielders are all looking in that direction too. It's really odd. And they stopped the game for this. Yeah, that's like what they're wondering. They're wondering if it's a signal for calling pitches or whatnot. And Bohm, I don't know if he's. I think it's a little bit weird that he's the one pointing it out, because he's somebody that, you know, tends to. I don't want to say make excuses, but sometimes, like when he's out there and he's throwing the helmet down, he's pouting. And we talked about that earlier in the year, or even just later during the postseason last year. He's the last guy that you would want to be able to, vocalize that, because you would think that that's an excuse from him. But I don't really know if that's necessarily the case here. So right now there's still 2 outs. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Bohm grounded into a double play and pointed out that there was a laser light that was being shown from this speaker out in right center field out at the ballpark. There was a microphone attached to the other side of that speaker too, which is really odd. It is really bright out there. Why would you say that anyone's making an excuse? Because that's just not normal. It's just really odd, man. I just don't understand why they're delaying the game right now. Is this really going to change anything? Mendoza is going out there. There's security out there too. Why can't they just take that thing off? I don't understand. And if there's a microphone on it, like, how did it get there? I mean, there's a lot of questions about that. You know what I mean? That's passion, JJ. Harper did the same thing when he was young. I'd rather have that than a passive player. Yeah. In this kind of case, though, like, you're not really making an excuse. I don't know. They're just standing around. They're not doing anything. Now somebody's going out from the outfield. All right, somebody's going to take this thing off. Okay. He's taking that thing off. And that thing is going to be taken down. I just don't know how it got there in the first place. And if there were mics attached to it, like, it doesn't make sense. They didn't take it away. They just sort of undid the top buckle or whatever it was. And there's another one? Oh, just in case the righty side armor comes in. They have one on the other side, too. That one didn't have a light, though, on it. So they're undoing that now as well. That one didn't have a microphone, and it didn't have a laser light attached to it, too, from what I understand from the NBC Sports Philadelphia cast. So again, we're in the top of the fifth. There's 2 outs, nobody on. It's a 3-3 game. And Brandon Marsh will finally step on into the box as we will resume play. The whole point of a batter's eye is to prevent this, says Phillies Baseball Talk. First pitch to Marsh, and he grounds it over towards the right side. And the inning is over as the second baseman has it, threw it over to first. And we're going to the bottom of the fifth after all that. So just a double play and a ground out. That just took 3 pitches. Just took 3 pitches, and the inning is over within the blink of an eye. We're going to go to the bottom of the fifth. We're tied 3-3. Look at Mets Twitter. Phillies fans are, I don't even want to say the word, but you can probably gather together what it is. It's pretty wild. I'm hoping that MLB investigates that. And again, we try to get more of an understanding as to how that got there and how the light was attached and like what made the light go off. That's just really shady. All right, we're going to the bottom of the fifth. We're tied up 3-3. Lightgate. Weird. All right, we're going to the bottom of the fifth. Nobody cares about Mets fans, says Dr. MP. Well, I wouldn't say nobody cares, but yeah. All right, we're going to the bottom of the fifth inning. We need 38 more subscribers to help us get to 7,000. How did we get here, JJ? Phillies had a 3-0 lead. They were doing well to start off the game. Turner got on with a triple and then scored on an RBI ground out from Kyle Schwarber. And then Alec Bohm had a 2-run single. By the way, the triple and the run scored, that was in the first inning. The Phillies then got a 2-run single from Bohm in the top of the third. And then with 2 outs and nobody on, in the bottom of the fourth inning, Alonso singled. Then he went over to second base on a balk because Sanchez lost his balance as he was winding up the pitch. Here comes Lindor, and the first pitch is taken outside for a ball. Then a wild pitch got him over to third, and then he scored on an RBI single from Mark Vientos. An RBI double, that is. And then Nimmo got an RBI single, and Jeff McNeil had an RBI single, too. 1 ball, 1 strike to Lindor, who's 0 for 2 against Sanchez so far. 1-1 is the count. Sanchez winds up and delivers. And this ball's popped up over towards the right side. Goes into foul ground, and Kepler's there to make the catch for out number 1 in the bottom of the fifth. Rip Lab is here. What's up, Rip Lab? Says the Phillies are crybabies. I mean, it's your ballpark. Have you ever seen a light go off like that, you would know. The pitch. That is on the upper tier of the zone for a called strike. Never heard of that being a problem before. The ball is 1 strike to Soto, and the 0-1 is inside for a ball. This is where Sanchez shows he's an ace, is Ronald. 1 ball, 1 strike to Juan Soto. The 1-1, that's up high for ball 2. JJ was a reflection of the lights. Two balls, 1 strike to Juan Soto. The 2-1, that's inside for ball 3. Hardcore, did they say if that's ever happened there? Did they give an explanation as to why that was the case? 3 balls, 1 strike. Just out of curiosity, because I couldn't hear everything. 3-1. That's in there for strike 2. So it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Juan Soto, who singled in the 4th. Here's the payoff pitch. And Sanchez does not get the call there, and it's called a ball. Well, it's like, they said that it was low. And so a 1-out walk issued by Sanchez. JT tried to sell it there. And so Soto gets on with a walk. There's a changeup that's thrown and that misses outside for a ball. What did Hardcore say? Those mics are adjustable. Crap luck, it was reflecting towards the batter's box. Soto's going to get caught into a rundown here as he went too soon. Harper's throw over to second. Oh, Soto beat it out. And Stott, as he caught it, I think he dropped the ball. And Soto is safe at second base. The count is 1-0. He's called safe at second. He got caught into a rundown. He moved too soon. Yeah, and Harper waited a little bit long, threw it over to second, and Stott dropped the ball. He dropped the ball. It was over towards his left side. He should have caught that. It wasn't really a good throw either by Harper. 1-0 pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. Lack of fundamentals. And that's what causes Soto to be at second. So they call it a stolen base. 1-1 delivery, and that's in there for strike 2. I mean, how does that happen? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Get him out yourself. The 1-2 on the way. That is down in the way for ball 2. And he should have easily been out. It was not the best throw by Harper. He sort of lobbed it over to second. And Stott just still couldn't even catch it. I think he took his eyes off the ball. 2-2. That's a low and outside for ball 3. He was focusing on tagging the runner, and he couldn't make the catch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The polar bear's in the on-deck circle. The payoff pitch. Swinging a foul ball. Chopped over towards the Phillies dugout. And the count is 3-2. Mets tonight with runners in scoring position are 3 for 4 against Christopher Sanchez. They're only hitting .245 on the season, though, with runners in scoring position. Sanchez looks back on second now, back to the plate in the 3-2. That misses low for ball 4. And so back-to-back walks allowed by Sanchez. 2 runners on, 1 out, bottom of the 5th inning. So a bad call from Scott Barry to get Juan Soto on over at first. And then a terrible execution from Bryce Harper and Bryson Stott as Sanchez was able to get Soto in a rundown, and they fumble that play. Now Caleb Cotham is going out there to talk to Christopher Sanchez. That's the second mound visit that they've had in the last 2 innings. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. I think you got to get somebody warmed up now, too. Don't show anybody warming up in the Phillies bullpen. And Alonso comes up to the plate. You got a changeup on the first pitch his last time up and send it out to left field to knock it down for a single. 29 homers and 103 RBI on the season for Pete Alonso. He's 1 for 2. 75 pitches for Sanchez. Still 1 out. The pitch. And that is called a strike on the outside corner. Alonso batting .316 this year with runners in scoring position. 25 walks for him. That's why he's batting in the cleanup spot. 0-1 pitch. It misses inside for ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Wasn't anticipating the fastball there. He was late. 1-2 is the count. Sanchez trying to get Alonso out here. That would be huge. Soto's jumping off at second base. The 1-2 pitch and a called strike 3 at the knees. 97 on the gun. Alonso having some words with Scott Barry. And there is out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Loved the pitch. That was the same one, I believe, that got Starling Marte looking in the first inning. On the inside corner. This time, though, it was on the inside corner, but it was at the knees. You couldn't have thrown it any better. The pitch. That's low for a ball. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. And Mark Vientos, who had an RBI double his last time up, is due up at the plate. Excuse. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's low for ball 2. Tyler Rogers getting loosened up in the Mets bullpen. We are 35 subscribers away from 7,000. Let's get there, folks. 2 balls, no strikes to Mark Vientos. Soto leads off at second again, and here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a foul ball, chopped over towards the third base side. They will reset. Vientos calls for time, steps out of the box. 2 balls, 1 strike. We're knotted up at 3 apiece in the bottom of the 5th out in Queens. 2-1 pitch, line drive, base hit down the right field line, and the Mets are going to take the lead as Soto's rounding third. He'll come in to score. It's a 4-3 ball game as Juan Soto scores. Vientos goes over to second, and now there's runners on at second and third. Vientos with his second RBI double of the ball game off of Christopher Sanchez. That pitch was right down the middle. I think JT wanted it a little bit more inside. And just a good piece of hitting by Vientos. Really smart there. Four to 3 New York. If you're Rob Thompson, what do? Another mound visit here. I think somebody should have been loosening up, and now they are. It looks like Joe Ross is warming up now. But they're still banking on Sanchez to get out of the inning. He's thrown a total of 44 pitches in his last 2 innings of work. He had 18 in the first, 9 in the second, and 12 in the third. He was cruising along. And just mental lapses and mistakes by the team got the Mets back in the game. Here comes Brandon Nimmo. First pitch on the way. Ground ball pulled over to Harper, and Harper has it, takes it to the bag. And so we go to the top of the 6th inning. Phillies do get out of it, but the Mets get the lead. It's 4 to 3 as we go to the top of the 6th. They relied on the analytics there to get them out of the inning. Living and dying by the analytics. All right. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell icon too, and that way you will know when we do go live. My name is Jason Joseph. I hope that you guys are doing well. I don't know if you guys notice, but with with tonight's game, something that I'm trying to do more is I'm trying to talk more about what types of pitches are being thrown. Trying to give more of a color commentary approach to this. More of a analytical approach to it while still relying on the eye test. You know, there's more analysis tonight. That's something that I really wanted to try. When I was away, I was actually having it was really nice to be able to talk to one of my friends who's really, really into baseball, and he actually does training. He trains people, and that's really cool. But we, just watching the game with him and seeing more so of like his thoughts and his perspective on things, it just made me realize that maybe I should sort of bring that to my calls too. And I wanted to sort of try that out, So I hope that you guys like it. Maybe it doesn't make a difference to you guys, but if you really listen to me like all the time, you would probably sense that something is a little bit different. And yeah, it is. We're going to the top of the 6th. The Phillies trail 4 to 3. Tyler Rogers is out there on the mound for the New York Mets. He has a 1.88 ERA. 62 and a third of an inning for him this year. 42 strikeouts, 5 walks allowed. Sidearm pitcher, and he throws it outside for ball 1. Seven runs in this game on 12 hits and 1 error. Here's the 1-0. That's taken at the knees for a called strike. Rogers in the month of August has a 1.76 ERA. One pitch. Line drive hit out to left field, and that's caught for out number 1. $408 people watching. We got 186 likes. Let's continue to raise those thumbs up. One out, top of the 6th. Here's Harrison Bader, who's 1 for 2. And the pitch is taken for a called strike. You talk a lot, JJ. Thanks, Kevin. You seem to be a little bit loud tonight yourself, my friend. The 0-1. Foul ball. Brooks Raley is warming up in the pen. for the New York Mets. 0-2. Chopper hit over towards the first base side, but it's a foul ball. Everybody in the lineup has a hit except for Schwarber, JT, and Stott. No balls, 2 strikes. Rogers gets set at the belt and deals. The 0-2 is fouled off again, this time over to Paco Figueroa. Mets are 41-24 at home. They have a 69-61 record as well. They did lose to the Braves on Sunday by a score of 4-3. 0-2 delivery from Rogers. That misses outside. One ball, 2 strikes. Rogers kicks, deals, and Bader gets a piece of it and stays alive. One and 2, and the next pitch, ground ball rolled over towards second base. McNeil picks it up, throws it over to first, and there is out number 2. That'll be the second out of the 6th inning. 4-3 ball game for the New York Mets. They just placed Reed Garrett on the IL. 3 hours ago it was announced from the Associated Press. He was placed on the IL with right elbow inflammation, so that certainly does not help their bullpen either. Here comes Bryson Stott to the plate. And the first pitch is taken for a called strike. Stott in the box right now, 0 for 1 with a walk. That was back in the 4th. The 0-1 pitch. Foul ball. Phillies trail by a run. Mark Vientos has been the hero for the Mets so far. 2 RBI doubles for him against Christopher Sanchez. 0-2 delivery to Stott, and he gets a piece of it. He was late on the sinker and stays alive. Thanks, Sonic. No balls, 2 strikes. And the 0-2, line drive it out towards right center field. Soto on the run, and will make the catch towards the letters for out number 3. It was hanging right down the middle. Stott hit it hard, just right at Juan Soto, and didn't get the result. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. 4-3 in New York. And the Phillies will be back, and so will we. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Mets lead at 4-3 against the Philadelphia Phillies. Yankees, by the way, they put up 10 runs against the Washington Nationals and lead at 10-0. Dominguez hit a 3-run homer. Chisholm homered. They are just hitting a lot of home runs, it seems, the Yankees. Ben Rice also homer 2. Chisholm, I believe, had 2 homers in last night's game on Sunday Night Baseball for the Yankees. So he's rolling along. Sanchez will go back out there for the bottom of the 6th. Excuse me. And Tyrone Taylor will lead it off for the New York Mets. If you guys have not done so already, I would really appreciate it if you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel for me. We are on the road to 10K. By the end of the year, that's where we want to be. And we are 32 subscribers away from 7,000. The ball is 1 strike to Tyrone Taylor. First pitch was in there for a strike. The 0-1 line drive hit out to left field. That's going to go all the way over towards the wall. And so Brandon Marsh will play it on the bounce off the wall. And there's a leadoff double to start off the bottom of the 6th for the Mets. Taylor able to come through. Another hanging changeup. JT wanted it inside. It was down the middle. And Taylor was just sitting on it, waiting for it. Just was able to blaze it out to center. Blaze it out to left, that is. Now Jeff McNeil's coming up. Sanchez gets set above the belt. And the pitch is outside. McNeil did show bunt, but he took it back. One ball, no strikes. And McNeil shows bunt again and takes it back. That pitch is low for ball 2. I don't know if you guys heard this, but Ron Washington is recovering from quadruple bypass heart surgery. He's hoping to come back next year. 2-0 pitch, bunted down over towards the first base side, and Sanchez lets it roll foul. And the count will be 2-1. Washington, his last game that he managed was on June 19th against the New York Yankees. He's the manager of the LA Angels. They said the following day that he was going to be out indefinitely because of health issues after experiencing shortness of breath. 2-1. That ball's bunted foul again over towards the first base side. He had surgery on June 30th and then got discharged on July 7th. Again, hoping to be back next year. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jeff McNeil. Everyone, Washington was the coach of the manager of the Rangers, and he was also, I think he was also a base coach too for the Braves. 2-2 pitch, ground ball, foul ball towards the first base side. But thoughts and prayers do go out to him. Two balls, 2 strikes to Jeff McNeil. Sanchez with 91 pitches. 2-2 on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow right field. Stotts there, makes the catch right by his side. And there's out number 1. Sanchez, 5 innings, 7 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and 3 walks. You upped the scribe. Let's go. What's up, Maul? Keep it clean on here, my friend. Luis Torrens is up, and the pitch is taken inside for ball 1. The Blue Jays are up 10-4. Another game that is a blowout. 1-0 pitch to Torrens. Fly ball. This one's hit out over towards right center field. And that's going to get down for a base hit. And Taylor's going to come on in to score as the ball goes all the way towards the wall. Another run will score. It's a 5-3 ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning. And this is not looking good from Sanchez. And Rob says goodbye. Took him all that time for him to just go out there and take him out. And finally, he has seen enough. And by the way, the runner at second is still his responsibility. So we will have a pitch and change and return very, very soon. Larry, do not speak Romano into existence. If he comes in now, I'm blaming you. Some of us really do go hard over karma and over jinxes. You guys are funny. JJ, it's your fault that Christopher Sanchez had a no-hitter like 2 years ago, and he blew it. I heard that like 2 months ago from somebody. I still blame that on you. You guys are really funny. 5-3 ball game, bottom of the 6th inning, 1 out. And we got a runner on over at second. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, folks, and turn on the bell icons too. Did you guys miss me this weekend? TV into the Schuylkill, if Romano. The TV's going to turn into the Schuylkill. Why? Because of traffic on the bases? The Schuylkill. Best place to drive. There was no traffic on the Schuylkill last night. That felt very, very nice. I was like, wow. That was the last time I've seen no traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway. That's funny. Yes. Oh, thank you guys. Speaking of miss, well, I missed somebody else, and he just popped on in, and that is BW. How are you, my friend? Guys, go subscribe to a BW. He just got to, I believe it was 3,300 subscribers, but the year is not over yet, and I want him to continue to get more. Please go subscribe to him. He calls great baseball games. You should definitely go check him out. It's a 5-3 game. Phillies had a 3-0 lead and just could not hang on. Lindor comes up to the plate. David Robertson is going to pitch. Robertson will get set at the letters. Lindor batting on the left side. And Robertson is going to throw the first pitch. Here it comes. That's a foul ball. Lindor 0 for 3, reached on an error in the first. Sanchez left the game with 94 pitches. Robertson this year, 1.59 ERA, is 40 years old, turned 40 in April. The ball is 1 strike, and Robertson deals from the stretch, and the pitch is swung on and missed, went with his cutter. Brewers were up 6-0, and all of a sudden now it's a 6-5 ball game. 0-2 on the way, and a strike 3 called on the outside corner. And a huge out there for out number 2. So Lindor goes down looking at a called third strike. It was not the pitch that he anticipated. It was a 6-0 Brewers lead. And then Ketel Marte had an RBI single. Corbin Carroll had an RBI single. And Larry Gurriel Jr. had a 3-run homer. There's still nobody out in that top of the 6th. The pitch to Soto. That's taken for a ball. Woodruff was pitching that game, and he did fine before that 6th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. And here's the pitch. It's a knuckle curve that misses. The count is 2-0. Wonder if he's trying to just pitch around Soto here. Robertson gets the signs and deals again and throws a knuckle curve that ends up being at the knees for strike one. Two balls, one strike. Next pitch, here it comes, and that's outside for ball three. Kind of, JJ. You good tonight, Kevin? You seem like you're a little annoyed. You seem like something's bothering you, my friend. 3 balls, 1 strike. To Juan Soto. The windup and the next pitch, and that's going to miss outside for ball 4, and Soto walks for the second time tonight. And he's over at first. Mets top 4 in the lineup. 2 for 11 with no RBI. We're getting beaten by the bottom of their order, says Larry. We're beating ourselves. Let's be real. 2 gone, bottom of the 6th, and the pitch is in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the 0-1. That's inside for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 6th, 2 away. Marte in the box. The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle for a base hit. And so Torrens is rounding third. He will come on in to score. It's a 6-3 ball game out in Queens as Marte gets an RBI single, and that run goes to Sanchez. Fastball down the middle at that moment in time is a recipe for disaster, especially for a guy that doesn't really throw a lot of high heat. Marte's actually been hitting the ball really well. That's not a good way to test him. Here comes Alonso, and the pitch is going to miss inside for a ball. Can they? Of course. Will they? What's up, Shapoke? 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Alonso. Ground ball rolled over to third base. Bohm has it, throws across the diamond, and the inning is finally over. Phillies are down 6-3 to the New York Mets. And we are going to go to the top of the 7th inning. Turner, Schwarber, and Harper are due up. And this is a pivotal inning for the Phillies. All righty. We'll see what they can do. All right, so remember how we had the conversation before, you and I, about where we are on the Phillies. 1, not being confident. 10 being very confident. Where are we on that stick now? Where are we on that stick now? How do we feel? Are we confident in the Phillies, or are we not confident in the Phillies? I'll tell you where I am. Nothing, JJ. How about you? I'm happy to see you guys on here. I really am. We need 31 more subscribers to help us get to 7,000. What time is it? It's 9:26. After the game is done, we will have a post-game show. David says I'm at a 4. Okay. William says a 6. Anybody else want to throw out a number at me? Miguel says, why can't the Phillies beat the Mets? Anybody else want to throw a number? Shapoke says 7. 7 meaning he's still feeling really confident. Larry says 0, and I think he's being serious. Before he said -10. That's how you knew that he was joking. Sonic says 11. Okay. Philly Sports says I'm going to go 5. I don't have 1 foot in. I don't have 1 foot out. Okay. Sanchez, 5 1/3 of an inning for him tonight. By the way, it was just counted as 5 earned runs. Oh, that is correct. 5 earned runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. They say 5 earned runs over on the NBC Sports graphic. Just want to make sure that's correct. It is. Brooks Raley is going to go out there to pitch for the New York Mets. And the pitch is taken for a called strike. Jack says, I'm still feeling an 8. Need that positive juju. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Turner, and that's way inside for ball 1. Chris says I'm at a 3. Larry says maybe tomorrow. Guy Blackwell says I'm embarrassed. We have fans all over the map. Sounds like our typical Phillies fans. Our typical Phillies freaks. The 1-1. That misses inside for ball 2. Romano is warming up in the pen. Anybody want to change their votes? Tanner Banks is also warming up too. 2-1 to Turner. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's carrying. But Soto has enough room. And I'll make the catch for out number 1. John says if we get a couple in it this inning, we're back in it. Top of the 7th, 1 away. And by the way, Turner, forgot to mention this, 1 for 4. Kyle Schwarber is now up at the plate. I changed my mind. It's at 2. Back to -10 now. Y'all are so funny, man. You really are. 1 ball, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. You guys are so sarcastic. 1-0 to Schwarber. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. Taylor is there, waits for it, and makes the grab. And there is out number 2. This is still a good team and can go on a tear at any time. How long is it sustained is another thing. Bryce Harper is coming up to the plate. 2 up, 2 down. Schwarber 0 for 3. Harper 1 for 3. First pitch to Bryce. It's up high. That was a sweeper. By the way, Schwarber ended a streak of where he homered in 15 straight series. Ended that yesterday. Did not homer against the Nationals. The pitch. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. The windup from Raley, and the next pitch is low and outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Bryce Harper. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Raley kicks, fires, and Harper gets a piece of it. Harper is batting .307 this year in the 7th inning or later, with 10 home runs and 23 RBI. 2-2 is the count to Bryce. The next pitch, that was high, but it's called a strike 3. And the inning is over. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 6-3 Mets. Rob, all he does is just look at that pitch. You could just see his reaction. No words, nothing. We go to the bottom of the 7th. That was a bad call. That was pretty bad. All right. I'm going to ask you a Phillies trivia question. And if you get it right, you will hear this. If you get it wrong, you will hear this. So, we're going to go easy today. One of the Phillies retired jerseys is number 1. I want to know which person on the Phillies wore that number that got the number retired. All I ask for you guys is just to keep it clean on here. If you're a Mets fan, and you wanna talk bowl, just keep it clean. That's all I ask. Ashburn, good job. Richie Ashburn, good job. Anybody know what position Ashburn played? Larry's his first. Yep. Larry did get it first. He did. Nice job. We're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 6-3 Mets. Center field. Correct. Anybody know how many batting championships he won? Jordan Romano is going to pitch for the Philadelphia Phillies. 48 games for Romano this year, a 2-4 record. Has a 7.56 ERA, 45 strikeouts, and 41 2/3 of an inning. He will face Vientos, who has just had the Phillies number today. Pitch number 1 is off the plate. Two. That's correct. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 is inside for ball 2. Was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame back in 1995. Richie Ashburn. 2-0. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 2-1. We are 30 subscribers away, folks, from getting to 7,000. Help us reach that milestone by hitting that subscribe button. The 2-1, and that's going to hit Vientos, and he will be rewarded first base. Fun fact from the Google machine, Don Richard Ashburn, also known by the nicknames Putt Putt, the Titan, Flash, and Whitey. I'd say Whitey was probably the most iconic. But yeah. So Vientos on over at first. Now he's going to come out of the game, and he will be replaced by somebody else. Looks like it'll be Beatty over at first. How about Edward Cabrera today? Struck out 10 in 7 scoreless innings, and the Marlins ended up beating the Braves on Monday night. 2-1 final score there. Yankees about to put up a 10-0 shutout, and so are the Tampa Bay Rays. It's against Cleveland. The pitch. Outside and high for ball 1. That's to Brandon Nimmo. Nimmo 1 for 3 on the night. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and here's the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be taken for strike 1. Diamond Zone will be back, not tonight, but tomorrow night we'll be back to doing Diamond Zone. We'll do it after the Phillies game is done. 1-1 pitch. That's going to be on the outside corner for strike 2. Just by a yes or a no, I would like to know, and I'm not going to post a poll here, but do you guys tune on into the post-game shows that we do? Honest opinions or honest answers. Yes or no? Do you tune on into our post-game shows? 1-2, and that's way outside and high for ball 2. The pitch. Inside for ball 3. A 5 pitch at bat so far. Tyrone Taylor is up next. He's doubled, walked, and scored a run. 3-2 pitch. That's taken for ball 4. Romano did not get the call there. Looked like it was a strike, but Cotham is at the phone. He is calling the bullpen. So there is a walk allowed by Romano. And nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Do you tune into our postgame shows, yes or no? I want answers. Gotcha. The pitch. That ball is bunted foul. It's by Tyrone Taylor. Does Rob identify as a manager or athlete coordinator? This is John. No balls, 1 strike. 0-1, ground ball and through the left field side for a base hit. And so, Beatty stops at third base, and the bases are loaded. Every time Bohm dives for the ball, it just seems to go under his glove. Like, I don't know if they work with him on that part of his game or not. Now, to be fair, I don't think he would have gotten to that ball in particular, because that thing was hit towards his left side, and it was out of reach. But when was the last time that you guys remember that Bohm made a diving stop? Feels like it's been a while. Jeff McNeil is up with the bases loaded. It's a 1-0 count, and the pitch is fouled away. Jack says sometimes. Shapoke, you're the man. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 is going to miss down and in for ball 2. Mets are 7 for 13 tonight with runners in scoring position. The Phillies are 1 for 9. 2-1 pitch to McNeil. That is down low and inside for ball 3. Roman is not a major league pitcher. Roman. His name is Romano. But I know that was a mistake. 3-1. Popped up. Hit out over towards right field. Will be deep enough to score is the question. Kepler will make the catch. The runner from third goes. The throw to the plate is off the line. And so now it's a 7-3 ball game in the bottom of the 7th. Ended up being flied out towards right. It was medium depth right field. Kepler's throw is off the line. It's a 7-3 ball game. Should have used Alvarado. I will give you all my thoughts about this during the postgame show, because to me, this game is plain and simple. It's just plain and simple. Torrens is coming up to the plate. It's 1 for 3 with an RBI double back in the 6th. And a run scored. And the first pitch that he takes is inside for ball 1. Romano kicks, fires. That's a check swing foul ball back towards the screen. The 1-1 delivery, that is fouled away. Phillies tomorrow night will be sending out Jesus Luzardo to pitch against Sean Manaea. If they do lose tonight, they're going to hope that Luzardo evens up the series tomorrow. Same time, same place. The 1-2 to Torrance. There's a fly ball hit out over towards deep right center field. It's going back towards the track, and it is gone. And the Mets, well, they now lead it 10-3 as Torrance goes the opposite way and blows the game wide open. And everybody in Queens is getting loud and going nuts. 11 hits for the Mets and 10 runs scored. Torrance with, I will say it again, his third home run of the season. That pitch was down the middle. I think it was supposed to actually go up, but it just sailed downwards. And Torrance got a piece of that meatball and just drove it on out of here. And Lindor, who's 0 for 4 tonight, is due up. 10-3, bottom of the 7th, 1 away. And the 0-1 is fouled off. Lindor reached on an error in the first. That was the only time he got on base. The pitch. That's up high and outside for a ball. The Mets have scored in each of their last 4 innings. They put up 3 in the 4th inning, 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and so far 4 in the 7th. The 1-2, swing and a miss, and Lindor is down on strikes. There is out number 2. The pitch. That's inside and low for a ball. Last time that the Mets put up 10 runs against the Phillies was on September 19th of 2024. They won that game by a score of 10-6. Vientos, Alonso, Nimmo, and Alvarez all homered in that game. That was at Citi Field. 1 ball, 1 strike to Juan Soto, and the next pitch, swing and a miss. So that makes the count now 1-2. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. Romano has now given up 10 home runs this season. 10. 1-2 and a strike 3 called on the outside corner. We are going to the top of the 8th inning. Phillies down 10-3 against the New York Mets. Last year, he only gave up 4 homers. And that was in, 13 2/3 of an inning. So that's not really impressive at all. Give up 6 homers the year before that in 59 innings. Only 4 in 2022 in 64. This year in 42 2/3, he has given up 10. That means he gives up a home run in a quarter of his outings. That's bad. That is very, very bad. Guys, hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We are 30 subscribers away from getting to 7,000. This, to me, is plain and simple. Okay? You're down by 7. Okay? The game was over. The game got out of hand, I will say, right when the Phillies got into their own heads. I was just really shocked. Like, after Sanchez slipped on that mound, that changed everything. That was when things started to take a change. I'm not saying that play changed everything, but things were really starting to go down from there. We can look at Alonso's single. We can even just look at the start of that inning. Even before the double play was thrown, the double play ball, you just saw how things unfolded, and it just perfectly describes what frustrates people about watching this team at times. When things just don't look right, your manager just doesn't make any moves and just waits. And there were a lot of things that unfolded there. And again, we'll break them all down during the post-game show, but tonight you were ahead and you punched yourselves in the mouth. Ryan Helsley's going to go out there to pitch for the New York Mets. First pitch is taken for a ball. JT is up. He's 0 for 2. And the 1-0 pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. And the count is 1-1. One ball, one strike. Top of the 8th inning. Nobody on, nobody out. The 1-1 pitch is low for ball 2. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons too. And that way you will know when we go live. 2-1. Fly ball hit out over towards deep left center field. It's going back over towards the track, but the catch is made on the track for out number 1 by Taylor. One away, top of the 8th. And the pitch is called a strike. Not to blame anything on the umpires, not to pull that card, but I will tell you that the calls on both sides from Scott Berry, that has not been good. The ball is one strike from Helsley, and the pitch is up high for a ball at 1:02 on the gun. Ryan Helsley, 31 years old, from Tahlequah, Oklahoma. 21 saves this year for him. 4.15 ERA. He's not their closer. Right now it's Diaz. 1-1. The ball is popped up and fouled and out of play. He has blown 3 saves in a row. Last time he pitched, he also gave up 3 earned runs on 3 hits. Has had a very bad August, a 9.82 ERA after having a 1.29 ERA in the month of July. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The leg kick and the pitch to Bohm. And the ball is lined down the right field line, and that is a foul ball. Soto sort of slowed up to the ball. It's really hard to see where that line is. I wonder how many of the people were saying Romano is the worst they've ever seen. Remember Mitch Williams? Dude ruined my 20s as a Phillies sports fan. Well, Bohm is still up at the plate. I don't know. 1-2. Line drive it out to left field, and it's caught for out number 2. Mets have lost 7 of their last 15 games against the Phillies. The pitch to Marsh. That's low for a ball. Marsh 1 for 2 with a walk and a double. What a pitch. And that ball is fouled away. Chris says, why does it feel like the Phillies are the little brother to the Mets? It's because you're a Mets fan and you're coming on here and you're doing your talk. That's why. That's why. That's okay. You can talk. You can say whatever you want. Just got to show up and win the series. I can't say anything to you, man. I'm changing my last name. Ugh. You don't have to, though, because yours is spelled differently. But I get it. 1-1. Swing and a miss. One pitch ruined your 20s. I'll tell you this, Larry. One shot of a basketball definitely did not help my basketball experience. I don't know if it ruined my 20s, but it was a heartbreaker. There's a difference, though, I guess. A big difference. 2-2. That's down for ball 3. You're talking about ruining a decade. Not like a day. Not a year. Not even a year. A decade, JJ. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 8th, 2 outs in the 3-2, and a strike 3 called on a fastball down the middle at 102. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning, 10-3 Mets. Sanchez had a no-hitter going. Yeah, okay, so here's the bottom line. The bottom line is this. Christopher Sanchez was doing fine, and then all of a sudden, the Phillies defense and the Phillies as a whole just broke down. They gave the Mets opportunities. The Mets capitalized. You can't play around with the Mets. You can't play around with them. Sanchez stumbles, throws a wild pitch, and then all of a sudden leaves a pitch out over the middle of the plate, and the Mets are back in business. It's really what happened. And then you leave a hanging four-seamer down the middle to, I believe it was Vientos at the time, whoever had the RBI double. That wasn't good. And then, I mean, let's talk about, if we want to do this now, let's talk about the play that Bryce Harper had when Soto was in a rundown. That was a terrible throw over to second base. That was a bad throw. It was a little lob pass like in basketball that you see a point guard throwing the ball to a center, or they call it a lollipop pass. That's really what it was. That's unacceptable. And Stott still should have caught the ball. But that was even more so of just a bad throw from Bryce. And then you just, and then your manager just continues to be in la-la land and just not get anybody warmed up in the pen. It's just wild. It's just absolutely wild. Not watching Bros tonight. The comments are going to be absolutely wild. Just turn the comments off. You don't even have to look at the comments. You can block that off. So, that's all I'm saying. First place means nothing for us. Yeah. I mean, come on. Grow up. It's just one game. You can be frustrated about this game, and again, maybe it's just because I've had time off and I haven't been tuning on in over the last 3 days, and maybe I have a fresh perspective on things, or I'm being ignorant. You can say whatever you want. But to me, the bottom line is that you let them punch you. You poked the bear, literally. You poked the bear, and then you got smacked in the face. You had the man on the ground. You gave them a little bit of breathing room, and then they just took you down and they pinned you. And speaking of getting pinned, well, Joe Ross on the first pitch to Starling Marte, able to hit him right on the hand. And that's how we start off the bottom of the 8th. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. It was 44 pitches before the Mets got their first hit. Then 2 pitches and 2 outs later, the Mets got their first single. I thought that they were going to lose big as usual. One game doesn't make the Mets okay. Pete Alonso comes up. Alonso at the plate. Takes the first pitch way up high for a ball. So the count is 1-0. Ross pitching for the Phillies. Kicks, deals. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards deep right field. It's going back towards the track. Kepler just has enough room, and he makes the catch. Alonso was looking for home run number 30, and he just missed it. Speaking of getting pinned, going to visit the BF after the game. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. Here comes Brett Beatty to the plate. The pitch. It's outside for a ball. Junior Caminero at 2 homers tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays. They put up 9 runs against the Cleveland Guardians and shut them out. Also saw that Max Scherzer went 6 innings and won his 3rd straight start. One ball, 1 strike. Can't believe that Max is still... I mean, he's not what he used to be. He's not been dominant, but he's still pitching at a pretty good level, even into his 40s. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ross gets set at the letters, and the pitch on the way, fouled off. Are we putting Scherzer as a first ballot Hall of Famer right now? I think it's a simple answer, and I think it's a yes. When I think about the 2010s, and when I think about the late 2000s, I think of Max Scherzer being one of the best pitchers. Maybe not so much of the 2000s, but definitely the 2010s. 2-2. That's outside for ball 3. 2010s, I mainly think about Felix, Kershaw, Greinke, Verlander, and Scherzer. 3-2 pitch. That is up high for ball 4. So there's 2 runners on with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Philly Sports says yeah. Williams says yes. He's had a very good career. Really. One out, bottom of the 8th. And Nimmo comes up, and he fouls off the first pitch that he sees. Were you raised a Phillies fan? Since what age? I was raised a Phillies fan. The 0-1, and that's outside for a ball. But really, I would say that I more so got into them myself. I mean, I was, when we would go to the games, and that was cool, and I got to love the game because my brother loved going to the ballpark. I had an older brother who had very severe special needs, as the 1-1 is down for ball 2. He did pass away almost 5 years ago. But I did love going to the games with him and my family, and my grandma got to bond with me over the games, which was also cool. 2-1 on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. Kepler's there, makes the catch, and Marte tags up from second, heads over to third base without a throw drawn. But yeah, I definitely love the Phillies. I really got into them because of Ryan Howard and Harry Kalas. Thank you. Thank you very much. Two outs, bottom of the 8th. And so Taylor comes up and takes the pitch for a called strike. But yeah, I've been very fortunate. I've went to some World Series games, went to some NLCS games. I got to meet the players on the field when I was a part of the Junior Phillies Club. I've been very lucky. And baseball has always been my first love, as the 0-1 is fouled away. And I will always support the game no matter what, even when I've tried to get away from it. It's always brought me back. The ball is 2 strikes. Ross kicks, fires, throws it outside for a ball. So it's a 1-2 count in the bottom of the 8th inning to Tyrone Taylor. Again, don't forget we got a postgame show after the game is done. And the 1-2 is outside for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. Line drive it out to left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Another run's going to score as Marte comes on in, and it's now an 11-3 ball game as Taylor continues to pour it on for the New York Mets. Which position player would you like to see pitch in a blowout? My vote is Marsh. We're taking bets on that. That's beautiful. I'll tell you the pitcher that I would like to see give up a home run. If this was a spring training game, I'd say put Romano back out there. I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. The pitch, and there's a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. As to Jeff McNeil. 0-1 pitch, and that's taken low for a ball. I was having this conversation with my friend the other day. He actually sort of brought it up to me. And he kind of made a point. Not kind of, he did make a point. He said, what is a more influential stat? Batting average or OPS? And I said batting average. And he brought up to me the point, like, where if you have a very high batting average, like OPS does not take into account, it takes walks into account, but if you have a higher batting average, you're more productive at the plate. 1-2 pitch. That ball's lined out to right field for a base hit. And the Mets are going to get their 12th run of the ball game as Jeff McNeil comes on through. That is now, by the way, 6 innings in a row where the Mets have scored. Songs for Zombies is here. What's going on, my friend? I've been following you for months, JJ. Love the story you just told. I've been following baseball since I was a kid, thanks to my grandma as well. Keep up the good work, man. Go Phil's, gotta believe. Thank you. Yeah, she would, as Torrance is coming up to the plate, throws the pitch in there for a strike. My grandma had a very good soul. She would actually read the newspaper before I would come, and she always had to make sure that she checked the standings. She was never really into baseball, but she always made a point to spend quality time with me. She taught me how to play Scrabble, and she taught me how to do a lot of things. But we would always watch the game together no matter what, even with the closed captioning on. And she just got into it because I was into it. She read the same books that my sister was reading because she cared about having a good relationship with her grandkids. You know? And I will always value that. And I hope that when I have kids, I'll be able to replicate that too. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. If I have kids. 1-2. That's a foul ball. Slugging percentage. 100 singles versus 100 homers. Same batting average. Very different OPS. I agree. 12-3 Mets. Bottom of the 8th. 2 outs. 1-2. That ball is fouled away. But see, I think batting average correlates with OPS. I really do. I think that if you have a higher batting average, you're going to be more productive for the most part. 1-2. Line drive, another base hit out to center field, and there comes run number 13 of the ball game. And Joe Ross gives up yet another base hit. 14 hits and 13 runs scored by the New York Mets. And they are just pounding and just absolutely destroying the Phillies tonight. 3 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning for Joe Ross. And here comes Caleb Cotham out there to talk to Ross and the infielders. JT gives him a little pat on the back. JJ, I don't know if I can watch any more of this. Yeah. It's bloody. Absolutely bloody. Great story. Thanks again for what you do, man. Missed listening to you. Missed listening this past week and love your play-by-play. Thank you. Thank you, man. You would think that out of all the 14 hits, that one guy in particular would have one of them. And that is Francisco Lindor. Lindor has no hits. He is 0 for 5. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. Now, he did get on base. So I guess if you were a betting man tonight, you're probably not happy about that. 1-0. That is inside for ball 2. They're bottom of the lineup tonight. Tyrone Taylor and Luis Torrens combined 6 for 9 with 6 RBI. The 2-0, and that's down for ball 3. Now you add in Jeff McNeil, That's 7, 8, and 9. They have 8 hits in 13 at-bats. 1 homer, 1 walk, 5 runs scored, and 8 RBI. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That is on the upper third of the zone for a called strike. Mets are 11 for 18 with runners in scoring position. 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 offering is fouled away. If we win the series, this game gets forgotten. Three balls, 2 strikes. Ross with his 34th pitch of the inning. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Lindor, 0 for 6 tonight. 0 for 6. And the Mets have 13 runs. Who would have thought of that? We're going to the 9th. 13-3 is the score. 0 for 6. Unreal. Don't forget, we got a post-game show after this. Again, you can hear our thoughts, and we will dissect everything. It should be actually a fun post-game show tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notification bell icons, too. We're going to do a deep breakdown. We really are. So, yeah, I hope to see you on for that. Also, by the way, we are on our way to getting 7,000 subscribers. If you have not hit the subscribe button already, I would really, really appreciate it if you guys helped us out with that. Yeah, that'll be really nice. All right, let's go to the 9th inning. Let's do it. Still got 3 outs left. Anything can happen. Just saying. Oh. I'm waiting for somebody in the chat saying, JJ, if the Phillies actually come back and win, I will give you $300. Because I get that sometimes, too. I'll get somebody to be like, yo, if they actually win this game, I will literally gift you this amount of money. Which also just is really annoying to me. Because it's like, what are the odds that that's going to happen? And that's just sort of like, I don't know, it comes across to me as rude. You know, like I do all these games, and then somebody wants to come on and be like, well, if they win, which they're not going to, I'll give you this amount of money. Like BS. Here's something, you can't have it. You can have it if this happens, but the chances are likely not. I will transfer ownership of my house. That's funny. Just found you plus sub tonight. Buttercup, you are. That's the best thing that happened tonight. Is that for those of you that did sub to my channel, you guys found us tonight. And I'm not joking about that. I do mean that. 1 ball, no strikes to Max Kepler. It's 1 for 3. He's singled back in the 2nd. Ronnie Stanek on the mound, and the 1-0 is outside for ball 2. It came at 96 miles per hour. I bet you Big Bird. 2-0. There's a foul ball. 300 is a very specific amount. That's odd. Did the subscriber count drop? I could have sworn it was higher earlier today. I wanted to see that 7K. It's okay. We're gonna we'll get there soon. You know? It'll come when it comes. But I feel you. 2-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow left center field. Nimmo's there. Gets under it. and makes the grab for out number 1. So there's 1 away in the top of the 9th. $27 more subs, and then JJ can quit working at the mortuary. Yeah, I can go back to my uncle's shop, right, John? That's what she said. The pitch. That's a pie for a ball. One zero pitch. Fouled away. Back towards the screen. Brewers are up 7-5. What's their record now? I feel like the Brewers still have to have the best record in the league, right? Haven't really looked at the standings in a while. 1-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. That's to Harrison Bader, who's 1 for 3 on the night, as we just mentioned. Revved up like a deuce. 1-2. Fouled away. Blinded by the lights. 1-2. And that is inside for ball 2. Brewers are 81-50. Their plus run differential is absolutely mind-boggling. Plus 159. That is the best in baseball. Next pitch is taken down for ball 3. What's even actually more impressive? Listen to this. 3-2 pitch. Foul ball. The Blue Jays are winning the AL East. Okay. The Red Sox are in second. The Yankees are in third. Out of all the 3 teams, the Blue Jays have the worst plus run differential. The Red Sox have the second worst. And the Yankees have the third. Now, I've never seen anything like that. With plus 61, plus 101, and plus 106. 3-2, and that's inside for ball 4. Now, to be fair, in the AL West, it's the same thing. But even still, Astros plus 19 compared to plus 61, which is what the Blue Jays have. And then Seattle's at plus 22 compared to plus 101 for the Boston Red Sox, and then the Rangers are at plus 63 compared to plus 106. That still is wild. One ball, no strikes. And the pitch to Stott. That is in there for a called strike. 81-50 Brewers. The 1-1 pitch to Stott, and he lines this one out to right field, and a sliding catch by Jeff McNeil for out number 2. And so, one more out to go in this top of the 9th inning. Again, tomorrow night, the Phillies will be back out at Citi Field, same time, same place. They will send Zeus out there on the mound. It'll be Jesus Luzardo for the Philadelphia Phillies, and his opponent on the other side will be Sean Manaea. Turner comes up, started off the game with a triple, and scored a run. And the pitch. There's a called strike. Oh, 1 pitch. That is down and in for a ball. I had to go see Halftime explode. I thought he might stroke out. That guy, I love Halftime, but man, when he yells and yells and yells and yells. There's nothing wrong with it, but that's just not me. 1-1. There's a foul ball. Halftime streams are wild. 1-2. Ground ball hit over to second base. Second baseman has it. And the throw over to first is in time. And the ball game is over. So the New York Mets put up 13 runs tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. Phillies had a 3-0 lead, and the Mets scored 13 unanswered runs. And Christopher Sanchez gets his 5th loss of the season. Just want to make sure that I have that correct. But wow, that was quite a ball game. Phillies do lose by a final score of 13-3. 13-3 final score there. And Christopher Sanchez ends up getting the loss for the Phillies. That's his first loss since August 13th. And he is now 11-5 on the season. Senga did not get the win, of course. The guy that did get the win was Jose Castillo. So he does get the win for tonight's game. He's 1-2 on the season. Sanchez 11-5. All right. Okay. So we are going to talk about this game, and we are going to break everything down. First and foremost, I want to thank you all so much for tuning on in. If you want, hit the thumbs up button on your way out and subscribe to the channel too. Number 2, if you guys want to call into the show, you can. Okay, 610-314-0844 is how you call on in to the postgame show. The bottom line is this. Your team blew it tonight. Your team was unprepared. They got very complacent, and they thought that they could just walk on in and cakewalk throughout this whole entire game after they got the lead early on. And that blew up right in their face, and it smacked everybody down to the ground. And then you just became helpless. And everybody on your team failed. And it all started tonight with Christopher Sanchez. We'll break it all down. I promise you. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to just get up, stretch, take a break, and we're going to process what really did go wrong tonight. Because we need to figure out what the mistakes were so that way we can capitalize on what's to come tomorrow night. All right, I will see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And yeah, I will be right back. Let's get the timer up and running. 2 minutes. All right, bye.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
Shota swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Well, that was fun. That was awesome. That's exactly how you want to get off on the proper foot to start off the series. Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah, allowed 13 runs to the New York Mets at Citi Field. That's a recipe for disaster. You only put up 3 runs, and granted, you really couldn't score after, what was it, the third inning? Yeah, that's impressive as well. But all jokes aside, all sarcasm aside, what ended up going wrong tonight? Plain and simple as to what happened tonight. Christopher Sanchez lost his confidence. Okay, he had the Mets in control during those first 3 innings. The changeup was not at its best today, even during those 3 innings. But what I loved was the sinker that he was throwing was painted perfectly on the edges. He had one sinker that he threw in that first inning to Starling Marte that was just above the knees, and JT wanted it towards the upper part of the zone. It ended up being towards the bottom. It was still a very good pitch, and he was able to locate that. And I thought that the sinker looked good from the start, but the changeup wasn't at its best. Where did he lose control? So Juan Soto comes up in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Soto gets on the 5th pitch. He's ahead in the count 3-1, gets on with a single. Okay, so he goes sinker, sinker, slider, sinker, sinker. He decides not to throw him any changeups in that at-bat. And I'm thinking, why is that the case? Okay, you're going to throw sinker down. You're going to go sinker towards the knees, sinker down or slider down, sinker inside. Where's your changeup? Where's your changeup in that situation? I don't know. That's just me. I would have tried to go something off speed there. I guess he was thinking that Juan Soto was going to guess that it was coming. But to me, I would have went changeup. Instead, he goes sinker towards the inside corner. That's right in the wheelhouse of Juan Soto, and he singles that way. Marte grounds into a double play, luckily enough on a sinker, and it was a good pitch. And then Alonso gets a changeup. It's flat. It's right towards the middle of the plate. He sends it out to left field, gets on with a single. Vientos comes up in the next at-bat, and this guy is just stumbling on the mound, lost his balance, also throws a wild pitch, and the pressure's coming to him. Now, after that happens, you got to take a timeout. This, to me, is where I look at Caleb Cotham, where I look at Rob Thompson, and I say, go out there, talk to him. You might want to get somebody warmed up and stretching. At that point, that's what I would do. I would get somebody stretching in the pen. Just get them up, have them loosen up, and go out there to talk to Sanchez. Why are we doing that? A, we want to get the pitcher that's in the bullpen ready to come on in, God forbid if he has to come in. But also, you want to go out there to talk to your pitcher because you want to try to see how he's feeling. Where is he at? Where's he at mentally? And I was really shocked that the Phillies didn't take a time out there because that, to me, is the job of the pitching coach in that situation. This guy slips on the mound. This guy throws a wild pitch, like 2 pitches in a row. Oh, man, that should tell you something. That should tell you something. Now, Sanchez himself needs to lock in. And I'm not letting him off the hook either. I just don't understand why there's no communication in that spot there because 2 bad things just happened. And that doesn't make any sense to me. So then Vientos doubles on the changeup. He sits on it. He waits for it. Again, not a good spot. JT wanted it down, and it missed right towards the middle of the plate. So now he can't throw his changeup. He can't. He can't throw the changeup. Even during the first 2 pitches of that at-bat, those pitches were balls. Batters were not biting at those pitches. So it's not getting the oomph that it did early on. And again, even those changeups were not the sharpest of his tonight. But then things just unfolded. Nimmo sinker right down the middle. Again, you can't throw these types of pitches. You can't do that. And then you fall behind in the count to Taylor. You're falling behind in a lot of counts, and your manager and the rest of your team are just sitting on their butts and not doing a darn thing about it. Your defense also did not bail you out either. I thought that some of the alignments tonight were awful from Bobby Dickerson. I was wondering at times, why are they not shifted more so towards the right side when there's a lefty up at the plate? Why was Bohm playing on the line, or why wasn't he playing on the line when Mark Vientos was up and there was runners on at first and second base? I need this guy towards that line because Vientos, if you do your scouting reports, is a pull hitter. He just is. That's who he is. And I don't understand why the alignments were not at their best tonight. I did not think that they did their homework from that perspective. And again, you shot yourself in the foot. Bryce Harper. I mean, this is off the top of my head, too. Sanchez catches Soto in a rundown. Stop lobbing the ball. Don't lob the ball over to second base and just throw a lackadaisical throw. In basketball, if that were my coach would probably bench me. Because that's an unacceptable throw. That was a terrible throw, and Stott needs to catch that too. Those mistakes, those mental little mistakes, Trey Turner even to start off the game. I know that it didn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but the throw being high over to first, it's those little things when you come on into the game that add up and that do make a difference. It tells me where's the team at, where's the ball club at mentally. If you thought that you were going to come on into New York and they were just going to lay down and die, that says a lot about your ball club. That says a lot about your mentality. And it really looked like today that the Phillies, even after they took Sanchez out and they're down by 3 and Romano comes on in, when you put Romano in, you're giving up the ball game. I've said it. Rob, if Rob puts Romano into the game now, it's not even just Dombrowski at fault. Because, yes, he's still number 1. At this point, he just can't pitch. He can't pitch. But if you're Rob Thompson and you're not only putting in Romano, but you're leaving him in there when he gives up 2 base runners and there's nobody else warming up in the pen, or somebody is finally starting to warm up in the pen when there's 2 base runners, that's trouble. You're putting your team in the position to lose. And I don't know what good that is. I understand that you want to be ready for October. But the reason why I don't like this mindset is because I've seen the Phillies, even with their backs against the wall in October, and they still say, well, we got to preserve them for next year. BS. BS. We got to preserve whoever it is. Wheeler, I think, had like 103 pitches when he was pitching against the Astros in the World Series. We're preserving him for next year. We're in the World Series. No. You keep saying that, and guess what? We're in the World Series. I thought that was the final thing. And by the way, the whole bohm thing with the reflectors or whatever it was, I'd like to see it for myself. I really would. I would like to see. I'd like to hear like a full report as to what happened. But you know that Mets are going to use that as fuel. And you added fuel to that fire there. I don't really know what to think about it. But it's just weird that happened. And I don't know. But Mets fans are going to be laughing at us from that perspective. And it is what it is. But ultimately, you did this to yourself. Ultimately, what ended up happening is that you wetted the bed and everybody just came crumbling down. I don't understand why this team plays down to their opponent like this at times. That's what's frustrating. And that's not just, well, we'll figure it out during the postseason. These are the types of things that should have been figured out a while ago. Harper cannot make that throw over the second base. Okay? They made a mistake. The Mets made a big mistake in the first inning. Trey Turner got on with a leadoff triple. Taylor, or whoever was playing center field at the time, shouldn't have dove for that ball. You got to run on them early because of that. You did. You could have scored more runs. Does Rob Thompson manage the game differently if they do put up more runs in that second inning? I don't know. But what I do know is that you lost the lead and you fell flat on your face and this team stomped all over you. And you allowed that to happen. You had them. You were toying with them. Christopher Sanchez had the offense hypnotized. And it's like as soon as the battery went out or something happened, they just became unlured. And they woke up from a coma because you allowed that to happen. That's unacceptable. Now, the job is not over. Now, you got to go out there and win the series. That's essentially what I wanted them to do. But to start it off this way, with Christopher Sanchez out there, no. That's inexcusable. Better tie up the series tomorrow. The whole goal of the series was not to allow the Mets back into this division race. You wanted them to be put away. Essentially. You wanted to stomp on them and make them realize that they have no life. None. And you failed to do that tonight. That fifth inning, I didn't forget about that. So JT, let's be real. JT gets hit by this pitch. Kodai Senga's pitching. And by the way, Kodai Senga did not look good today at all. I thought the Phillies' plate discipline against him was very, very strong. I know that now that doesn't matter. But at the time it did. And then what really crushed them in that fifth inning was when Castillo came in and Bohm grounded into that double play. That sinker, by the way, too, was on the outside corner. Why are we going swinging at that pitch? It's not your pitch. And then the whole light reflection happens. And then Marshall on the first pitch, after that even occurred, on the first pitch, he goes swinging. And you get yourself out of that inning. Castellanos goes swinging at the first pitch. When he gets on, just because he got on doesn't mean that it was a good approach. And that fifth inning, Castillo came on in and only threw, 3 pitches and got himself all 3 outs there. Unacceptable. 6th inning, down 4-3. Kepler lines out to left. Bader works up the pitch count. On the 7th pitch is the one who grounds out. Then Stott lines out, and the inning is over. Inning over there. The 7th inning was the inning for me that said that the Phillies, this is the pivotal inning. If they put up a run here, they're going to get back into this. They didn't do that. And then your manager decides to go to Romano, which everybody knew it meant game over. We all have brains. We all know that he just can't pitch, period. You can't put him in any spot. None. Can't put him in any spot. We can feel awful about this game. We can still feel really bad about this. And I know that this probably won't sound well right now. But I still believe that we can win the series. We'll see how that ages tomorrow. But I still have confidence in this team. I did not like the showing tonight. Unacceptable, inexcusable. You better come out tomorrow with more life. You better go out there and not give up 13 runs. I mean, this Mets team had, 11 hits with runners in scoring position, weren't they? 11 for 18 at one point. I don't even have the numbers on me. I'm pretty sure that I read that correctly before. They ended 11 for 19 with runners in scoring position. We were 1 for 9. The Phillies were 1 for 9. And they left 7 guys on base. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. All right, let's take some phone calls. 610-314-0844. That is how you dial on into the show. All right. Let's play this voicemail message, shall we?
JJ, John, Richmond, Virginia.
What's up, John?
I'll give you a call tomorrow. Going to bed tonight. Talk to you later.
John's one of those guys that usually calls on in after the game. And when he sounds like that, you know it was not a good game. You knew that you were just like, ugh, I want to go to bed. This was a turn the TV off type of a game. This was one of those games where you were just like, all right, as soon as the Torrance homer happened, even before that, some people, you just turn off the TV because you don't want to get sucked on into this. You don't want to continue to feel angry. You don't want to continue to feel like this team is just breaking your heart. You don't want to feel that way. I get it. Your bullpen tonight allowed 7 earned runs. Romano and Ross alone, 7 earned runs combined, 5 hits allowed, 3 strikeouts in just 2 innings. That's a recipe for success, too. Their bullpen actually went 5 innings and had 2 strikeouts and didn't even allow a hit. Their bullpen looked very good. That's not the Mets bullpen that I know. That's what they did to you. That's what they did to you. Soto, Alonso, and Lindor tonight went 2 for 14. That might be the most disturbing stat that I've seen throughout this entire game. Soto, Alonso, and Lindor, their three-headed monster, only had 2 hits combined. Alonso also almost homered, too. And almost does not count. But I'm just saying, you can't beat that team with those 3 guys playing as poorly as they did. That's embarrassing. That is pitiful. Beatty, by the way, 2 runs scored, and he didn't even start. It's just wild. It's just insane. You had one job, and that was to step on their throat from the jump. And you failed. My friend, what is going on? You're on Play-by-Play with JJ. How are you feeling after this bloodbath?
Oh man, where do I start?
Where do you start? Where do you start?
This is a full team collapse. I can't even think of what person to literally blame. The bullpen was cold. The batting was cold. And 13-3. Imagine that.
Yep. My friend, I want to ask you this. Okay. Christopher Sanchez looks like he's struggling out there in that 4th inning. He slips on the mound, and then he throws a wild pitch, and Alonso goes all the way over to third. Don't you think that in that moment in time, I don't care if he's one of the best pitchers in the league, and Sanchez has been that way. Sanchez has been really strong. Don't you think that somebody should have went out there to talk to him then?
That would have been a perfect time for a timeout. Perfect time for a switch. Because it's like the same thing they did before. You let the pitcher out for way too long. They start getting tired. They start, fumbling. When you see those kind of signs, you have to get them and talk to them. Try and help them out a little bit. I feel like that the Phillies were pressured. Were pressured this entire game, and this goes back to what happened in LDS. They were pressured in the exact same moment, and the Mets took advantage of it. And they beat them last year 7-2, and the same thing happened this go around, and they beat them again. Then the same place, 13-3. I'm just this is my take about it. You can't let teams like that get into your head. You've been playing amazing daily baseball these past few games, and why are you gonna try and start flipping up now? Especially when it's getting closer to the off season. You can't start getting cold now. That's how.
No.
And if you want a red October, you gotta start playing like you want not red October.
Yeah, I'm tired of the excuses of this team saying, well, we gotta make sure that I understand the philosophy of, okay, we want to try to take this person out after this many pitches because we want to try to save them for October and whatever the case is. I've just seen over the last 2 years, or even just the last 3 years, I said it before, I think it was Game 6 of the World Series that Wheeler had 102 pitches. And it's well, we got to take him out now because we got to preserve him for next year. No. You're in the World Series. Okay, you're in the NLCS. There is no tomorrow. I never even thought that I'd get fired up about this. There is no tomorrow. So if your philosophy right now is, well, I got to save them for the next game, and, get them ready for October, we've seen over the last 3 years that you're not going to change that philosophy, and that is just what's so frustrating just about this manager and just about this team. But like when we go back to tonight, the ironic thing is that Sanchez didn't even have a lot of pitches, and the more pitches that he threw, even though he was under 100 pitches, the manager still left him out there, even after when they went to talk to him 2 times. It's like, let's just get him ready to face the top of the lineup the 4th time. Once we get to the bottom of the lineup, then we'll take him out. And you're relying on the analytics and not your eyes.
You know what? You know what's funny? That reminds me, the Phillies are doing the same thing the Sixers are doing. They did last year. They started, losing the analytics and trying to, pair with their team.
Correct.
And just play there. And that they had a terrible them go flop kapunk-kaplooey last year and had the worst record. So, and the Phillies are doing the exact same thing. I can see a mirror image of the Sixers and the Phillies doing the exact same thing. Just go around.
I want to ask you one more thing. Bryce Harper makes that throw over the second base, and that little lob throw over there just after Juan Soto's caught into a rundown. What are you saying to Bryce after this game?
I mean, it's clear to me that you can't catch. Like, and like he's not really good at throwing, and that was just plain sloppy. And Stop couldn't catch it. I mean,
yep.
Like, are we just playing? Are we just not now? You just don't want to win the game now? You just go play around like the 2-year-olds. Yeah.
That part to me was so funny because that was not even Sanchez's fault. But yet, like,
no.
Now it's just like, okay, this guy has to get an extra out, and by the way, he's struggling. Like, come on. So
yeah,
cool. Jay.
All I gotta say.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, all I gotta say is just now you definitely gotta get a series win, because now you go from 7 to 6. You're gonna start. We'll slowly climb up and try and get to that spot. You have to put them back down, win the series, and just keep going.
It's not going to be easy, Cool J. It's not going to be easy. But, ride or die with this team, man.
Yep.
All right. I'll talk to you later, okay? Have a good night, my friend.
Thanks, man.
Yep. Have a good one. Great phone call as always. Oh, boy. Yeah. It's brutal. And Stott does have to make the catch there. I'm sorry. I don't even care if it's a bad throw or whatever it is. You still got to catch the ball. Even if you don't get Soto out. Still got to catch it. All right. Let's read some texts. And then we're going to call it a night. Romano's worth every penny. Great call as always, JJ. What else do we have? We faced 5 of their lousy relievers and didn't even reach base. Phillies are top 8 in most offensive categories, except homers. They're around 15th. Ballpark has nothing to do with it, says Larry. Yeah, that's making an excuse. The good news is that Romano and Ross can't blow it up tomorrow. It's pretty wild. And again, like I'm not like screaming, I'm not shouting, because this all, to me, depends on how everything goes tomorrow. This is like, okay, I'm annoyed. I can see like that my blood is starting to boil. But if you lose the series and you allow the Mets to get back into this race, then we're having a different conversation. Got to respond tomorrow, though. My ears are perked. My head is up. But yeah. Surprisingly, only 6 strikeouts. That doesn't even matter. That does not even matter at the end of the day. I would actually rather have them, as weird as this sounds, I'd rather have them strike out more in this case because you only got 6 hits. And really a lot of the times later in the game, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, you went hacking at a lot of the first pitches. And you got very, what's the right word? Not complacent, but you just put the game away yourselves. 0-1, ground ball. 0-1, fly out to right. 1-1, fly out to center. Giving away at bats. That's the team mentality, napping. Those mics that Bohm was complaining about were there last year during the playoffs. Why complain now, says Jose. Just win the series, my friend. Win the series. I'm happy that you guys are here. I want to see you guys on here tomorrow. I do. So. Yeah. Anyhow, Dr. Delay is also here too. Dr. Delay, you're the best. I appreciate you guys so much for being on here. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Okay. I know that this is also going to get thrown under the bus, but you did allow Lindor to go 0 for 6. And that still, to me, I don't really consider anything a moral victory, but the one thing that I do look at going into the rest of the series that I do take away as a positive is that this guy might be cold right now. It seems like he is. And if you can keep him out of the series, I still like my chances. You know what this game was? This game was game 1 of the New York series when the Sixers played against the Knicks. You held Brunson in check, but Josh Hart and the role players stepped up. Dante DiVincenzo stepped up when he had to. But you held the head of the snake in check. That's really what this was, except it was more so of a blowout. But yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. At this point, I'm just babbling. I don't really have any more substance to this. But the message for tomorrow needs to be you go out there on the mound, if you're Jesus Luzardo, and you show a reason why you feel like that you should have been an all-star this year. And you pick up right where you left off in your last start at home, and you go another 6 shutout innings, and you strike out 12 of the Mets batters. If you do that here, and the Phillies offense wakes up, I feel really good about our chances. But you got to even up the series tomorrow. Okay? You can't lose the series. You can't lose it tomorrow. And I will see you all on for that. Well, it's over, everybody. Have yourselves a great rest of your night. And I will catch you all on the next one. Tomorrow, same time, same place. It'll be not Kodai Senga, sorry. Jesus Luzardo on the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies. And for the New York Mets, they got Sean Manaea. See you then for that matchup. Good night.